Morning. Mama is under the house. That's why I put her bowl way over there, but oh, here too. It's wet outside. Fuck. Fuck, man. Great. What the fuck, Mom? Oh well. She ain't hungry today. Hey, thanks for the 3 people that are here on YouTube. If you haven't already, please hit the like button. It does help. Yep. Sweet pea. Easy, easy, easy. Come here. Come here, sweet pea. Come here. Sweet pea, come here. Dude, I was up till like 12:30 last night. What am I even doing here? You were too, aren't you? What are you doing? Oh no. Why? And Tuxer is hungry today though. Oh what? Oh, took. Thought that wasn't supposed to be taken together. Okay. Shoot. Well, hope it gets to feeling better soon. I gotta go out there again and scoop those plates once he leaves. Out there. Like what? He just left. He ate a ton, man. He probably ate at least a can and a half. And I fed him last night after dark because I got back kind of late and it was already dark outside. And I looked out and there he was in the backyard. So I had to make him a bowl and I gave him a full can and stood out there with him while he was eating. He's going to see his friends probably. He walked right back up to my back door today and didn't come in. He was like, he stuck his head in a little bit in the house. He scared me a little, man. I think I don't. Hopefully, he didn't just rub. I don't let Simon roam anymore. So just because he's been doing that. Whenever I'm going to feed, I bring Simon in here. Oh, and Trident finished up the bowl yesterday of the leftovers. Earlier today. Caught her. Oh, I need to put maybe one more bowl out. Mix those two together in one bowl. I'll be back. Oh, okay, now we're set up. Hey, Luke, good morning, man. Mark Hopper, good morning. You don't have a mask on there? I'm good. What did you, how does this help anything? Oh yeah, man, it shares every video you upload, man. You and Dahlia. I have it set up to share every time you upload something. What? Oh, you sub to manual? But have you, Dahlia, manual, I don't, Brody? Oh, yeah, Brody, I think, and Night Owl Glass. Oh, thanks so much, I appreciate that. He was debunking the news yesterday for us. As that tsunami was coming, and he was like, "Yeah, this ain't bad. This ain't that bad." The news was making it seem like we were gonna fucking be flooded, and he was out there showing his Humboldt, looking at he was like, "It's happening right now." No, this ain't nothing. Like he'd seen it before. That news was over sensationalizing it.
Back to that manhunt for the gunman behind the deadly shooting of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. It has now entered a third day. There are new clues that are emerging, like these photos of a person of interest captured inside a New York City hostel. And we're also learning new details about how this person traveled into the city. CBS News correspondent Meg Oliver has been following all of this as investigators race to find the shooter, and she joins me now. Meg, what are we learning about this alleged shooter and the clues left behind? Because the thing that's pretty remarkable is there are a lot of clues. It feels like every hour we're seeing new clues out there.
That's right. And Vlad, we have big news because our sources tell us that authorities have a name for that person of interest that possibly murdered United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Now, they are working on the name to confirm it right now, to release it to the public. This comes just 24 hours after those new pictures came out, the first clear image of the person of interest, that face that we saw, and those surveillance videos and images came out of this hostel. That's where they were captured. There were 2 pictures that were released. Apparently, this person traveled up to New York on November 24th on a Greyhound bus originating from Atlanta. We're not exactly sure where he boarded that bus. He checked into this hostel with a fake New Jersey ID before the shooting. Now, there's also new evidence that is coming out that law enforcement say that police believe the gun that was used in this shooting was a B&T Station 6 pistol that was used, and now they are combing gun dealers across the state of Connecticut to find out where that gun was purchased. This manhunt on day 3 has turned into a multi-state manhunt, including at least Connecticut and New Jersey, Vlad.
Meg, you're standing in front of that hostel, which is in my old neighborhood on the Upper West Side on Amsterdam Avenue. And I know that the shooter used the fake ID to check into that. The other thing that I'm fascinated about is your report on the origins of the gun. Last night on the CBS Evening News, you indicated that that gun was a World War II era type of gun. Is it literally from that era, or is it just a replica?
That's what they're trying to determine, and that's why they are combing all these gun dealers to try to track that down and also to get more information. We don't know the specifics of that. We do know a little bit more, when we watch all the surveillance video and all the images. This person of interest is covered head to toe in practically all of it, except when he was captured on those images in this hostel behind me. Apparently, he was talking to someone at the front desk, and it was somewhat of a flirtatious, episode going on. And apparently, one of the employees asked him to pull down his mask to see his handsome face, and that's when he let his guard down, and they were able to get that clear picture. But again, our sources tell us that police have a name for the person of interest that possibly shot and killed United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. They're working to confirm that name, so it could be released momentarily.
All right, Meg Oliver for us reporting from the location of that hostel where the alleged shooter apparently used a fake ID and also found himself in that one moment where we were able to see his image and his face. All right, Meg, thank you very much. If you get that name, obviously we'll take you live right here on CBS News 24/7. Appreciate it.
Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick is proposing a ban on all forms of consumable THC products.
It will be discussed in the next legislative session, which is just over a month from now. Stephen Goen has more on what's behind the bill and potential impacts it could have on local business owners.
Just 5 years ago, a majority of Texas lawmakers supported hemp sales with the passage of House Bill 1325. It allowed for the sale of hemp products across the state with no more than 0.3% Delta-9 THC by weight. That was in 2019. Since then, Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick says retailers have exploited the law to sell, quote, life-threatening, unregulated forms of THC. In a statement Wednesday, he also claimed sellers had targeted children and sold products that have 3 to 4 times more THC than what might be found in marijuana. It's those alleged industry issues behind new legislation, Senate Bill 3. The lieutenant governor announced this week the bill would ban all forms of THC in Texas if passed during the next legislative session.
It's a shame to see this business opportunity go to waste.
Chris Powers is a retailer in Houston who sells THC at his hydroponics gardening business. He said the impacts of a total ban would be devastating for customers.
They're going to go back to buying it illegally on the street. This way, we're buying from reputable, large companies who have a paper trail of all the products. So we know everything that is sold is pure.
So it's disappointing, but it didn't come as a surprise.
Cynthia Cabrera is the president of the Texas Hemp Business Council and also works for Hometown Hero, the cannabis products wholesaler. She said she supports regulation, but feels a total ban goes too far.
Why didn't the bill that we supported last year that would have imposed an age limit, why did that not get any support? How does the ban help anything?
Looking ahead, the lieutenant governor said he expects the bill to have broad bipartisan support. Still, Cabrera said a ban would impact the livelihood of thousands.
The ripple effect will be huge.
In Houston, Stephen Gowen, KHOU 11 News.
New attempt. It'll soon be the end of the road for one popular place for Southern California auto racing. After 25 years of thrills and chills, the Irwindale Speedway is closing this month. One of its most beloved events happen tonight. Fox 11's Ed Lascos live in Irwindale for that story. Ed.
And it has been a night of revving engines, smoking tires, and I'll tell you, lots of emotion. First sadness because the Speedway is now on its final lap, and then you have all the concern. As the Speedway closes, it could drive all the hot rodders out onto the streets for their takeovers. To the pit we go. Watch. Thursday Night Thunder for the very last time.
Everyone comes from everywhere, local, IE, Valley, Compton, all around. We all come get together, come have some fun.
High-speed thrills, that's what the Irwindale Speedway is all about. From the drag races to the pit with its spinning donuts, 25 years of racing excitement here, now all going up in smoke.
To see how passionate they are about, they get excited, and you can see how they get into every single turn. Yeah, it's a super good time.
And now it's going away.
Yeah, forever.
Some even bringing their grandkids for one last look at the Thursday Night Thunder as the legendary Speedway is now on its last lap.
It's pretty sad because nobody has, or the young kids don't have anywhere to race. So that means they're going to be doing this down the streets.
The Speedway set to be bulldozed over, an industrial park with all its warehouses taking its place, shutting down one of the last legal spots for the hot rodders and their takeovers, threatening to steer all of this out onto the streets.
You see all the cars here, they have nowhere else to do it, and just Fontana closing too. I mean, it makes it just more prone to the streets, you know? Like, it leaves us like no choice.
Dangerous.
Yeah, no, it is. It's endangering other people for no reason.
Reason enough to be concerned, very concerned. This Thursday Night Thunder could move into your neighborhood like an incoming storm.
It's most definitely all the street takeovers and everything is it's just gonna increase. That's why a lot of people have been coming here. They've been trying to get out of those streets, and it sucks that they want to take it away from us. You know, like, we're trying to keep people away from all that danger.
We're making enough money.
Now live, that has been the
weren't fucking paying enough to do what you're doing there.
An argument to keep the Speedway open, a legal place for all the hot rodders.
They probably wouldn't have been willing to pay what it would have cost to keep it open.
The very last race here, that will be 2 weeks from this Saturday, the 21st. After that date, the Irwindale Speedway will take the checkered flag. For now, we're live here in the IE. Back to the west side we go.
Fake news in the background. Yeah, once I actually talked to Pete a couple times, once I got
Sugar G. Oh.
Well, fresh from her US election defeat, Kamala Harris has re-emerged with a Christmas message of sorts.
I knew y'all were in town. I couldn't let it go without coming by and saying
hello. I
hello.
didn't sleep last night.
And to say thank you to everyone
Sorry.
here, all of these extraordinary leaders. I wanted to come by and say happy holidays, Merry Christmas, happy Kwanzaa, happy Hanukkah, whatever you may celebrate. But most important, let's make sure we celebrate each other.
Joining me now is Sky News contributor Bo Davidson. Bo, thank you so much
Dude, I
for
think
joining
she's
us.
on
Look,
Xanax
this
or
was another
something.
crazy word.
Because it would sound like she's drinking if she were on like high doses of benzos. She might start slurring like that. That's probably what it is. I bet she's not a drunk. She's a pill popper. We would never know. HIPAA Act.
Salad. But has she unveiled a new accent there as well?
Well, it's extraordinary to be with you, Danica. I just want to say it's an extraordinary time for extraordinary leaders, and y'all, it's a blessing to be here. And oh my gosh, Danica, Culture Club, you may know the song, has updated their song, and I thought you might want to hear a little bit of it. It goes like this: "Come, come, 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 la chameleon, her accent comes, it comes and goes." How many accents have we heard from this woman? It's dozens at this point. We've heard Boston, we've heard Southern, we've heard a little bit of everything. And she did it on the campaign trail, and she continues to do it. And I think that just shows, Danica, why this woman was never destined to be president and never will. It amazes me how she continues to do this faux pas after faux pas, word salad after word salad, accent after accent. But wait a minute. I thought she said, "How dare we say Merry Christmas?" Or let me do it in her accent. "How dare we speak Merry Christmas?" And here she is saying Merry Christmas. So, but ladies and gentlemen, Danica, for your audience, I'd just like to say, little PSA, don't drink and drive this holiday season. We know that. But also don't drink and make speeches, lest you're going to sound like, a drunken version of the Nutty Professor.
Yeah, good
I don't think she's drinking and doing that. I really think it's pills.
We'll never be able to listen to Culture Club in the same way again. I
doubt,
think you've absolutely nailed that
alcohol
one.
is
now, look, I want to ask you about Donald
stinky.
Trump's pick for Defense
Everybody
Secretary
would know
Pete
it if she was
Hegseth.
drinking.
He has pushed back against allegations of drinking on the job, inappropriate sexual behaviour and financial mismanagement. And here he was overnight taking on the media. Have a look at this.
I'm proud of what I fought for. I'm not going to back down from them one bit. I will answer all of these senators' questions, but this will not be a process tried in the media. I don't answer to anyone in this group, none of you, not to that camera at all. I answer to President Trump, who received 76 million votes on behalf and a mandate for change. I answer to the 100 senators who are part of this process and those in the committee. And I answer to my Lord and Savior and my wife and my family. I'm proud to be here. And as long as Donald Trump wants me in this fight, I'm going to be standing right here in this fight, fighting to bring our Pentagon back to what it needs to be.
Bo, I thought he was very measured in his answer there. Take us through what is going on, and will Trump continue to back him?
Well, he's right that no one should be tried by the media. I mean, he should not be...
Shut up. For you. Dude, I don't recommend staying up that late and then getting up so early.
A 21-year-old suspect under arrest accused of an armed robbery spree that targeted victims outside Southern California shopping malls and a casino. That violent suspect targeted drivers in luxury cars, demanding cash and expensive watches, even pistol whipping one of his victims. And a casino. That violent suspect targeted drivers in luxury cars. They called him a
gentleman? What did they call him, a gentleman?
A 21-year-old suspect under arrest
Eventually
accused of an armed robbery spree
that
targeted victims outside Southern California shopping malls and a casino. That violent suspect targeted drivers in luxury cars, demanding cash and expensive watches, even pistol whipping one of his victims, knocking out her teeth.
Rick Chambers reports.
Knocking out her teeth.
Federal prosecutors claim O'Shea Pollard is responsible for a month-long crime spree.
This gentleman did not hesitate to resort to violence.
A federal complaint alleges the 21-year-old Pollard roamed parking lots at night across L.A. and Orange County.
He snuck up on people, either as they were going to their car. The victims in this case had their guard down, and that's when, at least what's alleged, that he went in for the attack.
The first was August 25th at the Hustler Casino in Gardena. Police say Pollard knocked a woman to the ground. Then they say the suspect placed the barrel of the pistol into the victim's mouth, breaking her teeth, and told her, "If you yell again, I'll kill you." Pollard allegedly got $1,000. Hours later, police say Pollard and an accomplice beat a cab driver at a Winchell's donut shop and took his wallet and phone. On the 26th, the same two suspects are accused of robbing drivers at the Fashion Island Mall in Newport Beach, getting one man's watch from a Rolls-Royce and firing a round into a Ferrari, barely missing the driver. A month later, Pollard visited the South Coast Plaza in Costa Mesa, telling a victim there, "Give me the watch, give me the ring, give me the car," and repeating over and over, "I'm going to shoot you, I'm going to kill you."
Why even go to malls anymore?
Shot him in the left hand, shot him in the left
It's not worth it.
Amazingly, the victim fought back, and the robber fled.
But cameras captured the getaway car, and Pollard's phone was pinged at the crime scenes. Witnesses remembered a bracelet he was wearing and a flower tattoo on his left hand. And on social media, Pollard was seen wearing that stolen $40,000 watch. He's being held tonight without bail.
The penalties under federal law, particularly since a firearm has been used, and certainly discharge, he's facing a potential life sentence here.
Oh, shit.
That was Rick Chambers reporting.
California didn't play. I thought they played.
All right, Kirk, thank you. A man is in custody this morning, possibly tied to the death of a teenager at Newberry Park.
Yeah, the suspect was found naked at Newberry Park High School. KTLA 5's Annie Rose Ramos live this morning in Newberry Park with the latest details. Annie Rose, good morning.
Is he dead?
Hey guys, good morning to you both. Sheriff's deputies called to the street you see behind me right around 8 p.m. last night. What they found was that teenager who was apparently attacked and died on the way to the hospital. And now we're learning from sheriff's deputies that that teenager, the victim, and the suspect may have been related to one another.
Deputies responded to an ambulance follow-up on the 400 block of Jean Court, reference a subject which had sustained blunt force trauma to their head. The subject sustaining the injuries was a juvenile male, and the suspect was an adult male. The two are known to each other. The juvenile was transported by ambulance, where he was later pronounced as deceased. The adult male was later located and arrested.
Now, moments after the sheriff's deputy found the victim at the home here on Jean Court in Newberry Park, deputies began searching for the suspect and that murder weapon. Not just in the house where it happened, but throughout the neighborhood. The suspect seen fleeing on foot. That search taking them to a nearby high school, Newberry Park High School. Here's audio of the deputy's radio recording from last night. Take a listen.
What he's armed with, was it an axe? Affirmative. One of the witnesses said that the item used, which was axe, was probably still in this position. Copy.
There's a lot of people here, a lot of students. If we can contact the school, get them going to lockdown.
Station 19 George, can you contact the school to get us lockdown? 9 George 21, copy. We'll attempt to contact the school.
There's a lot of students on campus. We're taking them into custody right now. Stand by.
All right, these are images of that arrest. A man 24 years old, reports of him being naked, arrested at the high school with possible ties to the teenager who was killed. Ventura County Sheriff's authorities investigating say that person arrested may have been a relative to the victim. You can see that man being apprehended right there in the middle of the football field at the high school. Many after-school programs were still in place. Students told to stay inside their classrooms and away from the field. Now back here live, you can see I am standing here on the street where that victim was found inside the home. It is completely blocked off. You can see there are cars here from Thousand Oaks Police Department. There's also sheriff's deputies behind me. Those investigators still working the scene.
Oh, okay.
Now at 6, a UPS worker paid to deliver packages instead appears to steal at least one of them, an expensive Apple Watch in South LA.
KTLA's Carlos Salcedo joining us
we can't even trust the damn delivery drivers now? What the hell, dude? It's one thing not to trust DoorDash and shit because they're fucking weirdos. You know what I mean? You know, because anybody can be a DoorDasher is what I mean. Like, anybody can't just be a UPS driver, man. They gotta go through an interview process and like they look at their background and everything. Like, goddamn. But we can't even trust a delivery service. Like The main ones anymore.
Yeah, the package was tossed into a
And you can't trust the United States Post Office either. I've had my medication stolen by them before.
recycling bin after it was ripped open, and its contents
either that or it was my neighbor that signed for it and stole it. I'm not sure.
Inside were snatched. The suspect, a UPS worker, and tonight we've learned that the seasonal employee no longer works there. It's no secret that porch pirates are getting more brazen, snatching up delivered packages on people's doorsteps just in time for the holiday blitz. But what if the pirate turns out to be the person responsible for making that delivery?
After they left, I went check if there was something outside the door, but I didn't see anything.
That's what happened Monday afternoon in the South LA neighborhood when a UPS delivery guy came to Elio Chavez's home on West 88th Street.
You see my house, you can see the camera. There is a sign that it says smile. That you're in the camera.
But instead of dropping off an Apple Watch Chavez had purchased for his wife, the UPS worker makes his move, hiding behind a bush, and then tosses an empty package into a neighbor's recycling bin.
I went open it and I saw the empty bag.
Chavez then got this notification informing him that his package had been delivered.
They need to start,
after checking his surveillance cameras,
they need to start
Chavez
making
looked inside
them
his
take
neighbor's
pictures
recycle bin
like the other
and
places
saw
do.
an empty package.
I never expected someone from UPS, the person in charge to deliver my package, taking.
People are still protesting as Scientologists in LA.
You got all the help you need here.
I think we could use a few more taps.
What a fucking waste of police resources because a bunch of dumbass streamers want to become popular. Really, that's what it boils down to. That's why I don't just support these idiots that do this shit. Who fucking gives a shit about the Scientologists? Let them do their weird Scientology thing if they want. You know what I mean? Fuck them. But having to have like 10 police officers there, that's kind of stupid. It's not like Scientology really did something to most of those people. They're just there jumping on the bandwagon. The new way to get insta popular streaming in Hollywood. Donald Trump wins Patriot of the Year. Brody's in the house. FBI warns iPhone and Android users of text vulnerabilities after Chinese cyber attack. Apparently, sending messages between iPhone and Android is not secure.
Not even a full day of being 24 years old, and she died.
Tonight, a mother in mourning after fentanyl takes the life of her daughter. Thank you for joining us tonight at 10 o'clock.
Is he being brought up on murder charges for it?
The young woman's manager is accused of giving her that deadly dose of fentanyl. And tonight, for the first time in at least 4 years, Tomball police have a felony murder case. KPRC 2's Bryce Newberry joining us now live tonight. And Bryce, the police chief told you today that this is something that really scares parents of all ages.
Yeah, Daniela and Keith, tragic and unexpected for any parent. Not only is this the first murder case for Tomball police in years, but it's the first time ever.
Dude, I've actually been to Tomball, Texas. I had to go out there for some training for a job back in the day for like a week or two for radiation training. I had to learn how to use a piece of equipment that could detect how thick the slurry was for fracking. There's a special piece of equipment we had to go down and learn about. You know, it's got radiation. I didn't have training on shit like that in the military. So, Tomball, Texas, man. I remember I had shrimp for almost every meal because I was on a per diem for food. Bro, I was high on the hog. I trip. Tomball, Texas, man. I haven't heard of that place in a long time. A podunk town out in Texas, of course. You had shrimp last night for dinner? Heck yeah, man. What kind?
Of fentanyl murder by delivery under a Texas law that's only been in effect for about a year now. And the mother of this young victim tonight hopes her daughter's story can help save lives. Erica Russell lived in Texas for less than a year.
She was just a ray of sunshine.
And had just celebrated her 24th birthday.
Her life was cut way too short. Way unfair.
So much life to live, so much potential.
Losing my daughter, losing my Erica there's no comparison. Like, I am in pain every single day of my life.
After work at a Tomball restaurant in August, she went out with friends, including her manager, who asked if she wanted to do a bump. According to records, she hesitated at first before he pulled out a little bit and dropped it on her phone. She inhaled the substance and later started nodding off, so he rushed her to this emergency room. The two eventually decided to leave against medical advice. He took her back to her apartment, and no one heard from her again. It was just the second fatal fentanyl overdose in Tomball this year.
This is grippingly frightening for people.
We sat down with Chief Jeffrey Burt, who says police have responded to dozens of overdose calls the last 3 years, more commonly with young people, and new canine Prince has helped with more than 150 drug-related arrests, a majority of which involve fentanyl in the last year and a half.
From my seat, not just as a cop, but as a dad of 4 beautiful daughters, I think it's essential. I think our nation has to recognize that this is an epidemic.
When you look at a map of Tomball, is there one place where people are overdosing?
No, and that's the fascinating equalizer of fentanyl. It is, we've been to overdoses in our wealthiest neighborhoods, in our poorest apartment complexes.
In a first-of-its-kind case for the department, nearly 4 months after Russell's overdose, her 26-year-old manager, Eric Cimbera, is now charged with first-degree fentanyl murder by delivery. Records show he's struggled with addiction for years.
It is a death sentence. If you mess around with fentanyl, there's a huge chance you're going to die.
For this grieving mother, it's a death that came far too soon and took an innocent life.
We didn't have to deal with shit like this when I was a kid.
And it was the best she's ever done in her life. And I was proud of her. I haven't figured out how to live without my daughter.
And tonight, Cimbera's defense attorney is responding, telling me as far as the charge of murder by fentanyl, it's ridiculous. This is a tragic accident, not a crime. Unfortunately, he has had troubles with addiction, and he's currently in patient therapy and has been diagnosed with addiction disorder. Cimbera has posted a $100,000 bond tonight and is out of jail. Live in the newsroom, I'm Bryce Newberry, KPRC 2 News.
All right, Bryce, thank you.
I mean, I get charging a dealer, but if he just gave it to her and she wanted it, he didn't make anything off of it. He was her manager, so. Off all drugs, dude. They're fucking spraying it on weed now. What?
An off-duty LA City firefighter is now presumed dead after he went missing during a diving off the port of Long Beach.
KTLA5's Jacqueline Sarkeesian is live from Long Beach with the latest. Jacqueline, good morning.
Myself, probably.
Hi, good morning to both of you. This man has been missing for well over 24 hours at this point. This is why fire officials have decided to transition their mission from search and rescue to now recovery. We do know recovery efforts were taking place throughout the night, but you guys, it seems like it's going to be another very challenging day for officials. Extremely foggy out here this morning. But let's show you some video. This is video of family and friends all coming together in support.
Dude, everything's a goddamn hate crime. You see this at the bottom of the ticker? Homeowners, Mexican flag stolen. Impossible Orange County hate crime. What is that? What are you going to try to get that dude prison time for taking a fucking flag? Stupid.
Let's show you some video. This is video of family and friends all coming together in support.
I mean, he was tired of seeing the American fucking flag not being represented in his neighborhood and people acting like they were still in fucking Mexico. Huh? Is that hateful? So hateful. I wouldn't do it personally, but I mean, I don't know the whole situation either. Do people have a bunch of cars in their front yard?
Of this missing firefighter. He was off duty at the time. The search began Wednesday night just before 10 o'clock when 4 divers went out on a private boat. A spokesperson for Long Beach Fire says one of the men is believed to have been the driver of the boat while the other 3 were free diving. That's when someone holds their breath for as long as possible while diving or swimming without using any equipment like scuba gear. Eventually 2 men returned, but the 3rd did not. This prompting a massive search for the missing man. U.S. Coast Guard launched their helicopters with dozens of divers searching in the water. We've been told it's been challenging. The search started in the dark, and then there was a very thick marine layer during the day. The water is murky and conditions are dangerous with limited visibility.
That was a great story. He Tux is so hungry, man. Well, I mean, he didn't eat all of the food in the beginning. There's a lot of food on that first plate still.
The lights are still on at the Sugar House pub, but law enforcement officials say the pub could soon face a fine and a suspension of its liquor license for what went down here in late November.
We had received several complaints from different parties, some citizens, some patrons, and even some former employees.
The complaints were about underage people drinking at the pub. And after multiple DUI arrests were linked to the pub, on the night of November 22nd, officers in a multi-agency operation moved in, citing 186 patrons for being under the age of 21.
We weren't expecting that many. However, our investigation, as we had been in there multiple times, We realized that it was a bigger problem than initially had been reported to us.
Lieutenant Adams added, despite the fact they seized at least 50 fake IDs, it's up to the bar to make sure all of its patrons are of drinking age.
There were 17-year-olds in this bar. If that individual looks young, they need to refuse them at the door. There is no obligation to allow them to enter their establishment just because they presented an ID.
In talking with people who live near the pub, while they told us it's hard to point fingers, at the same time they made it clear nearly 200 underage people at the pub at one time is unacceptable.
We have had so many drunk driving accidents, people getting killed. There's got to be a better way for them to check on their IDs.
I can only guess as to why they would take that risk would be it's financially motivated.
For authorities, their motivation is to protect young
And abruptly. Damn it, Tux. I wish you would like finish it instead of just pushing it all on the edge like that. That's at least half a can there. You fucking just licked all the juices off of it, fucking dickhead. Tux kind of pisses me off a little bit of how he does things. Like, I know Mama Cat's underneath the house right now and hasn't eaten anything. He's a little shit, kinda. God damn it, Simon! Fuck you, dude! Fuck. Like, over it. I need to smoke, dude, or I'm gonna fucking go off on Simon for the rest of the day. I can't, dude. I can't stand him doing that shit all day long to me unless I'm stoned. Probably already made me open that damn gate 5 times. And it doesn't, he never sounds sweet when he said, he's never like, meow, 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 meow. It's like, There he goes again, licking his hair off. Witch meowing, the first one. He did too. It made him come back to the gate. That's because I know cat. I actually have studied their language extensively. I'm here with cats more than I am humans. You realize I've spent more time in the past 7 years with cats than I have humans. Much more time. I definitely know cat now. And not only do I know cat, I know Mexican cat. Simon's Mexican. DOJ update. Boston City Councilor arrested on corruption charges.
Morning, everyone. Morning. In the remaining few weeks, House Democrats look forward to finishing up the National Defense Authorization Act and doing it in a strongly bipartisan way, as should always be done in connection with our national security interests and protecting the safety and security of the American people. We, of course, need to resolve the issues connected to the year-end spending agreement, and bipartisan conversations continue to be underway in that regard to make sure we are meeting the needs of the American people. We, of course, have to address the looming expiration of the Farm Bill, and that issue must also be dealt with in a bipartisan way and in a manner consistent with protecting farmers, protecting the agricultural industry, and protecting nutritional assistance for vulnerable Americans. As Democrats have repeatedly made clear, as we prepare for the new Congress, we will seek to find common ground with the incoming administration whenever and wherever possible.
You can't have it fast enough
for hardworking American taxpayers, but we will push back
as they continue to overspend.
Right, extreme.
Oh, what was that?
Whenever necessary.
Was Tux under the house?
Questions?
Did you see that? It looked like something came running from underneath the house and went to the right. Hey, he did come out. Oh, he jumped up. Yeah. I wonder what he was doing. Maybe he pooped. Because I don't hardly ever see him poop. He might just always poop in the house. But Mom is definitely, well, I don't know, definitely. I haven't been watching the camera constantly, but I definitely saw her go under at like 7:05, 7:10. It was shortly before me going out there. He just jumped up though, looks like he's leaving. Up on top of the wall. Oh, Tomball, Texas, man. I forgot what the name of that town was. Definitely did. Because I remember for some reason it reminded me of King of the Hill. All my life, it's always reminded me of King of the Hill. Where did he live in King of the Hill? Where did King of the Arlen? Yeah, I don't know why Tomball reminded me of Arlen. Because it's 40 minutes outside of Houston, you know, so it's got like this, like more of a country Texas vibe. And but previously, before that, I had only driven straight to. I think it was I flew into Houston. Yeah, is that Houston? I flew into Houston to. I think it was Houston. Must have been. Yeah, it was Houston. To get a car because my car was shipped all the way from Hawaii to America for free. Yeah, we must have had to go through the Panama Canal to get there. That's interesting. I never thought about that. Wow, trippy, man. That was I moved to Colorado, and that was the closest place I could have it shipped to Colorado. They might have even paid for my. I can't remember the plane ticket. That flight though got deboarded. I remember that flight to go get my car. Some lady had a magazine that had powder in it, and she freaked out about it. They deboarded our plane because they didn't know what the powder was. It was probably just paper because she was on our next plane. She bought it in the store at the airport, supposedly. Just when that anthrax scare was big at the time. Now, if someone sees some powder in the magazine, they're not thinking anything about it. I'm pretty sure it was after 9/11. Because before then, we wouldn't have cared about anything like that. I doubt it. What? TikTok loses challenge?
We have some breaking news to get to. TikTok could now be banned in the U.S. in just a few short weeks. A federal appeals court panel is
Dude, that would be hilarious. That would be so funny. Why do I want that to happen so badly?
Requires TikTok to break its ties with its Chinese-based parent company ByteDance or be banned by mid-January. ABC News business reporter Alexis Christoforous joins me now with more. Alexis, TikTok has always argued that the ban infringes on the company's First Amendment rights. What's the latest?
Well, the government for years now has been saying that TikTok is a national security risk. I mean, 170 million Americans are on this video app. That's about half the U.S. population. And so the U.S. government is concerned that TikTok has access to sensitive information, people's viewing habits, large swaths of data that the Chinese government could have access to. They're afraid that the Chinese government can manipulate what people are seeing on this app. And so they are basically giving them an ultimatum. And today, the judges, this panel of three judges upheld that lower court ruling, saying yes, TikTok will either have to divest itself, sell itself from its Chinese-based parent company ByteDance, or it will be banned from app stores in the U.S. come January 19th. And that's an important date, Phil, because it's the day before Trump becomes president again.
Yeah, people taking notice of that. There are so many people, this will have wide implications. There's so many people who rely on TikTok for their sole source of income. So what happens?
It's a big question mark for them. I mean, this can fall a few different ways. You know, ByteDance sells TikTok to a U.S. company. All is well here that TikTok is able to maintain its audience here in the U.S. and you wouldn't feel much of a difference. But, you know, TikTok has said they're going to take this all the way to the Supreme Court. If it gets tied up in the Supreme Court, do the justices there say, okay, we're going to lift the ban while this works its way through the court, or no, we're going to implement the ban? So it could have a real impact on influencers who, as you say, really...
My unofficial opinion, because I'm a nobody, why the fuck do they get any court day? There are enemies. China is like... They run on 50 hertz. We run on 60. If you see a 50 hertz signal on a submarine, that's the enemy. That's what I was trained with. 50 hertz signature on the sonar, on passive sonar, we might have a fucking problem on our hands. So why do we give them so much leniency with fucking everything? Fuck you, China. You know what I mean?
Rely on TikTok for revenue.
So we have that latest ruling, but you say TikTok can take this all the way.
Absolutely. And Trump, actually, when he becomes president, you know, he was a foe at first and wanted to ban it during his first administration. He's now changed his mind. We can see whether or not he gets a Republican-controlled Congress to agree with him now to lift the ban.
And a right-leaning Supreme Court. All right. Yeah. We'll be watching. Alexis, thanks so much.
So Trump doesn't want it to be banned? Bro, we could take China. We need to have a giant risk game. Oh wait, that'd be World War III. Wouldn't that be kind of interesting though? See how it played out? We could be the ones to see. Big war. Think we'll be here for it? You know the Israelis definitely want to be here for it. All the Muslims in the world are ready to see it. Literally all of them. Even if they're Allah Akbar and crying about their martyred son, just got suicide bombed or whatever because he was wanting to be a martyr. He actually was the guy with the vest on. Bruh. I'd say probably 80% of Muslims are ready and want war. Actually are. And as far as Israelis, if they live in Israel, they want war. Well, except for like the left wing there apparently is super gay. So, and full of women. So there's a lot of anti-war gays and women in Israel that are Israelis, but at the moment they don't really count much because all they do is get squirted with water and moved on along when they do their protests. They don't really do anything. So no mind, no matter. Like they're insignificant. So most of the people in the Middle East want war. They don't want to die, sure, but they don't mind being martyred. And if they act like they don't want war, we send them more aid. We send them more humanitarian aid. These poor people, they don't want war. We need to feed them. They won't get that humanitarian. Imagine if all the people in the streets of Gaza, kids, wives, everybody, like you see walking around all of a sudden with guns and shit. And Hamas scarves, they would get no humanitarian aid from anybody because you'd be like, holy shit, that whole area is down with the war. They're all down with it. They can't be down with it, or they would not get aid. But they could end up selling for more rockets. Since their birth rates are probably inflated, we send them more aid than they need. Since their death rates are probably inflated, we feel more sorry for them. But it's a game to them. These people aren't known for being honest. The Muslim religion is not known for honesty. They don't have the 10 Commandments of thou shalt not lie. From my understanding, please correct me if I'm wrong. I will totally renege on that statement and never say that again about them. But fact check that shit. I'll fact check it myself. Do Muslims have to tell the truth according to the Quran? It says they're obligated to tell the truth in all situations. That doesn't make sense then. Okay, then if Muslims have to tell the truth according to the Quran, why do they lie so much? Okay. The Quran wait, there we go. There we go. There's the small print. The Quran explicitly states that Muslims should always tell the truth. However, some Muslims may still lie due to complex interpretations of Islamic law, particularly the concept of taqiyya, which allows for deception in specific situations, like when facing persecution, to protect themselves or their faith. This can be misconstrued as a justification for lying in general, leading to a perception that Muslims lie more than they do. But do they? What do you mean? What do you mean? If they're... why is that ending it like the AI getting kind of weird with it? So they're allowed to lie. They do lie. But then this says this can be misconstrued as a justification. I see. But it is, though. And I think a lot of them see that as a justification. What do you mean? Why? What do you mean it can be misconstrued as a justification for lying? All right, by them, right? Okay, leading to a perception. Why would it only be a perception if it's misconstrued by them as a justification for lying? I don't think it's just a perception. If it is actually misconstrued by them and they are lying more because of it, then they're lying more than, say, maybe a what is a religion that's known for lying the least? Probably Buddhism, man. Honestly, I feel like Buddhists are extremely honest because honesty would have some, like dishonesty would have a block in reaching nirvana for sure. I could see that in real life, and like after doing DMT. See, DMT allows one's mind to go into a nirvana state that monks take decades to practice meditating, sitting still for a day at a time and shit. And being dishonest with people would cause them to have a block, a mental block, I think, that would inhibit, or at least make it harder to reach full enlightenment. Makes sense to me. I bet they are the most, because I mean, it's been seen. A lot of Christians have lied, a lot of Catholics have lied and molested kids and shit. And, hey. You know, where's your thing at? I'm gonna look it up. What is the most honest? Which religion is known for having the most honest practitioners? First person says Christianity on Quora. Quora Christianity got 46 upvotes. You think it's changed over time though? How does this person explain? Let me see. It says, to me, Christianity, of course. Christianity is not much of a religion as it is a relationship. Let me show y'all the pictures he's showing and shit. Make it real. Make it fucking real for you, you know? We're talking serious stuff here. Like he got little pictures he posted. It makes it full Monty. I used to have a friend named Monty. What is the most honest religion in the world? Of course, Christianity. Christianity is not much a religion as it is a relationship. We are called to a relationship with God, and that requires a lot. The main characters, so to say, in the Bible are not perfect people most of the time. They are extremely flawed. They sin. They make mistakes, and they are not some demigods with perfect physiques and impressive accomplishments. We have Moses, a man who is expected to free the slaves, and yet he stutters, and there is nothing particularly special about him. We have Abraham, who was ready to sacrifice his own son. We have David, who is more after God's own heart, and yet in his lust, he has his general murdered. We have apostles, 12 people who were nothing to brag about, fishermen, tax collectors, zealots, traitors, and cowards. And ultimately, let's talk about God. Whoa, that's quite the picture. He was never that old, was he? The hell? Book of Job, anyone? Job is there to ask a tough question. God doesn't shy away from those. He has allowed Job's suffering. He has taken everything from him. Well, that's Job, I guess. Or at least allowed for everything to be taken. Job asks the only sensible question, why? God never really explains himself. He demonstrates his majesty and leaves Job repentant. Finally, we have God coming down, and in an absurd twist, it is his servants that have him whipped and crucified. I do enjoy the profound humanity of it all. The questions, the mistakes, the betrayals, it's all very much in our nature. The full depravity, the faithlessness of it all. I mean, not long ago, these people saw Red Sea part. They saw God's miracle, and yet they bowed before the golden calf at the first opportunity. Apostles witnessed the miracles of Jesus, and they would flee from him, leaving him and trying to save their lives. Interesting that they capitalized the word him. Does this make us worthless? No, we all have our moments of doubt, cowardice, lust, hatred, adultery. Whether we bow to golden calves or celebrities, it doesn't matter. There is no praising humanity in the Bible. There is just a history of failure, of final grace. Jesus' descent from heaven to earth is an answer. Job's questions, Abraham's sacrifice, Moses' lifting the snake in the desert. It is all revealed once God takes the ultimate sacrifice and shows that despite all that we are, we can be so much more. We are created for so much more. He invites us to accomplish that through relationship with Him while demonstrating His love, grace, and compassion. There's no sugarcoating in the Bible. It is what it is, just like God is who He is. Cheers. But that still didn't explain what's the most honest religion. Wait, I'm the question. This is not right. If we're having the most and while many religions emphasize honesty, Sikhism is often cited as a religion particularly known for placing a high value on honesty and truthfulness in interactions between individuals, with their teachings promoting ethical conduct and social justice that include being truthful in all situations. And what's unfortunate is Sikhs will get oftentimes confused for Muslims. Sikhs have the head wrap. The most honest religion in the world are these guys. Head wrappers. I don't know the words, I'm sorry. Oh, one sitting next to the Jewish dude. Oh. That's some Indiana Jones shit right there, ain't it?
Guys, my name is Modi and you are welcome to Modi Speaks. So that video I just played right now is unfortunately becoming a widespread occurrence among some black people. Behaviors like that are quickly becoming our signature, okay? I'm not saying that all black people lack basic human decency, just like those insufferable individuals we saw in that video. No, there are actually a multitude of black people who are well behaved, reasonable, and something to write home about. But some of us are also an eyesore to a sin and civilized society. Some of us are just going through hell and back to make sure that we destroy any shred of dignity and respect left in the black community. Anyway, this video is not why I'm here, okay? I am not here to talk about this group of individuals, behaving like animals on the streets. Rather, we are going to be looking at a more disgusting situation, a more revolting situation that involves a full-grown adult just full-on corrupting a toddler with her degenerate behavior. Again, it was extremely imperative that I talk about this nauseating escapade because our little ones are involved. I get really pissed off whenever I come across kids being abused or influenced negatively by a full-grown adult. It really breaks my heart. So I think it is important that we call out these shameless adults perpetrating these nasty and disgusting behaviors around our little ones. But before we dive into this video, please consider subscribing to the channel if you've not already. Like and share this video to keep people informed, and consider joining my membership or buying me a coffee if you like, as a way of supporting the channel. Now, disclaimer, okay, this video is just for educational purposes only. It is just to inform you guys on how low some individuals have sunk in our society and how eager they are to include kids in their downfall. I am only trying to expose these rotten adults that obviously have no shame and does not deserve to be around children for whatever reason.
What are you doing, Michael? What's his name?
What the hell?
Now let's take a minute to quench our anger. Okay, let's take one more look at that clip.
What are you doing, Michael? What's his name?
Throw up.
Now, the woman filming that rotten video is the toddler's mother, and the human waste hanging her bottom in the air for that kid to look at is the kid's auntie. Now, first of all, I would like to know what is so funny about the situation. Where is the humor in this video? A big woman like her just staged a scenario where she had a toddler standing right behind her with his eyes directly positioned towards her behind, that is hanging right in the air, exposing herself in a very sexually provocative way so that that little kid would do what? Look at her private part, maybe touch it or what? I don't know. What was the essence of that whole drama right there? And the audacity to post it on the internet. And the shameless mother is not even revolted at the sight of her sister sexualizing her son that way. Instead, she thought it was so fun that she had to wipe out her camera and start recording the comedy. Yeah, cringy. An innocent child, guys.
Really cringy.
A very innocent toddler. So innocent that despite what his evil auntie was trying to make him look at, which was at her dirty buttocks, by the way, the kid still had his eyesight directly positioned somewhere in the wardrobe. He didn't even understand that those two evil adults were trying to, get a smexual reaction out of him. He is that innocent. Women complain of guys treating them like sex objects and smexualizing them their whole life. Yet they are the ones raising, teaching, indoctrinating these children right from an early stage, okay?
Yeah, can you imagine
them to see women?
If this was the other way around, dude? Like some dude wearing a Speedo and some little, like the outline of his dick on it, and you catch a video and it say it's your brother, so it'd be the little girl's uncle. And he's got the outline of his dick, and she's like got all wide-eyed looking at his crotch, and the dad's over there like totally. They would get burned at the stake for that shit, dude, even if they were gay.
As just a sex symbol.
Ridiculous.
I've come to the conclusion that a lot of these women out here are straight up predators. We just don't know it. They're literal P3DOs, especially the family members. But because they're women, nobody seems to bat an eye. Some people don't even notice it. Some people don't even care, and some people encourage it. And that's why stuff like this is going to continue to happen, because these disgusting women are not being held accountable. This is his aunt. His mother is recording. You're his mother, and you just in the background laughing? It's hilarious. It's so hilarious that you not only felt the need to record, but you felt the need to post it to the internet. And then she go and caption the video, "My baby was amazed." The aunt goes to Instagram and says, this video has gone viral. And I don't give a how anybody feels. Y'all can keep y'all's negative comments to y'allself. This is my nephew and I'm in my own home. As if that makes it any better. So not only is the aunt a predator, but the mom don't even care. She's condoning it. Jail for both of them. These are the same kinds of women that'll go on to complain about disgusting men all day. They'll complain about little boys like this who grow up to be over-sexualized, or they over-sexualize women. They grow up to hurt women. They grow up to not respect women. And while all of that is wrong, and those men should obviously take accountability for their own actions, I can't help to think about how many of those men were taken advantage of by the predators hidden in plain sight.
And you know he's right. Situations like this get downplayed and overlooked because a woman is the perpetrator. Imagine a man doing something remotely close to this. I can't even paint a scenario for you because this whole thing feels so disgusting in my mouth. But imagine a man being in this kind of situation, but with a female toddler. People are not going to be having it, okay? That man will be going to jail. The society is rightfully going to come for that man because that is purely wrong in every way. So why is everyone quiet? Because it is a woman doing this nasty work. Why? And the comments on that video is more disgusting than ever because it turns out almost everyone is loving this funny display. Everyone is laughing and agreeing with the video to the extent that I started wondering if I am a bad person. Maybe it's my fault. Maybe I don't have a good sense of humor. This person said, he was like, I don't remember seeing it at this angle when I was born. Really? Let him cook. He's studying. The smile on his face says, I'm coming back for more. Little man saw the promised land. Now, am I a bad person for finding these comments disgusting? Like they are saying these things about a literal child, like a literal toddler. Like, really? This is so wrong, people. This is crazy.
Like, he doesn't even know what the fuck he's looking at.
World right now. A world where mothers film and laugh at their toddlers being destroyed. This is sick. It is wrong no matter how you look at it. The adults involved in this sick display should be totally disgusted with themselves. As for me, I am totally disappointed. But I just hope that that kid has at least one responsible and reasonable adult in that family who can give him the responsible upbringing that he deserves.
What if she had like a tampon string hanging out?
Thoughts, these are my opinions.
Hanging out too at the same time. Like, who knows if it was even grosser, we know. And he was like, what the fuck is that thing coming out of it? Why is there a string coming out of you? Oh, they're protesting? Greek? They're protesting in Greece. Yeah. Well, they are unable to reach unanimous decision, dude.
This Fox News alert, we are on verdict watch in the New York City criminal trial of Marine veteran Daniel Penny. The jury just sent a note to the judge. They are deadlocked on the first count in this case. This is manslaughter in the second degree. CB Cotton at the courthouse in New York City. CB, tell us what you know.
Hi, Dagan. That's right. The jury just passed a note to the judge saying it's unable to reach a unanimous decision on the most serious charge in this case, second-degree manslaughter. The judge said in the courtroom that he thinks he now needs to instruct the jury on an Allen charge, which is essentially telling the jury you need to go back into the deliberations room, talk more, consider the viewpoints of other jurors, and try to reach a consensus. At that point, if the jury comes back again and still does not have a unanimous decision, the judge would then have to declare a mistrial. But of course, we know if there is a conviction on this most serious charge, there are high stakes for Daniel Penny, who would face up to 15 years in prison. But so far, the jury says it's not able to reach a unanimous consensus on that charge. We know all eyes are on this case across the country. It's really initiated a lot of conversations across the country, conversations on race, policing, and the criminal criminal justice system. Jurors have asked to review lots of key evidence so far in the case, to include the video evidence of the chokehold, the 25-minute taped interview Daniel Penny had with police at the precinct when he waived his Miranda rights to answer detectives' questions. He didn't know Neely had died at the time. The jury also wanted to see yesterday a one-minute clip of the chokehold that was captured by a high schooler who was on the subway that day. They also wanted the definitions of recklessness and negligence read back from the judge. So a lot more to watch here at the courthouse for sure, Dagan.
The second, let me back up. An Allen charge, you would think the judge would wait to read what they also refer to as a dynamite charge if the jury was deadlocked on both of these charges, as opposed to just one, because they're still going back to deliberate criminally negligent homicide, correct, CB?
So based on the notes I'm getting from the courtroom, Dagan, the judge is telling both the prosecution and the defense that he doesn't believe he can instruct the jury to deliberate on the second charge because they don't have a unanimous decision on the most serious charge, second-degree manslaughter. So to my understanding right now in the courtroom, he's trying to figure out what to do next now that jurors can't reach that consensus on the first charge.
It's interesting. So there had been 8 notes that had come out so far as of this morning before the jury reconvened at 10 a.m. in Lower Manhattan. 2 were about scheduling, but they definitely seem, and please correct me if I'm wrong, seem to be looking into what was the judgment of the coroner about the cause of death. Because that was evidence that was really pushed by the defense about, was it definitively the chokehold that caused the death?
Or was it the fentanyl?
What about the drugs that were in the system? What about pre-existing conditions like sickle cell disease?
Dagan, so jurors wanted to rehear portions of medical examiner Dr. Cynthia Harris's cross-examination when she talked about issuing a second death certificate for Neely. She testified during the trial that she issued that death certificate ruling Jordan Neely's death a chokehold without toxicology results. And she said during the trial that toxicology results wouldn't have changed her mind. And she said that the results could have come back with fentanyl, and her decision was confirmed on the basis of what she saw in that widely circulated video showing Penny restraining Neely. So jurors were particularly interested in that portion of her cross-examination where she talked about issuing the cause of death without the toxicology results. And I've been talking to a lot of legal experts about this case, and they say this is particularly interesting because it appears like the jury may not be able to find causation from Penny's actions and Neely's death.
Very interesting. CB, terrific work. We'll get back to you as this develops. Thank you so much, CB Cotton in Lower Manhattan.
Hey everyone,
George
I'm Emily
Floyd's case set a
precedent, and my co-host
where
Harris Baldwin.
it didn't matter if someone was inebriated and you kill them. It doesn't matter if the inebriation assisted. Because they really tried to use that in the Siobhan case, remember? Petrus Farms and everybody. We had a guy with the horse. We had the carriage. And behind him, cookie making supplies. He has to get those back to Grandma. That's who makes all those things. The Petrus Farms. Such a variety. How does she do it? Well, they remember. How are they such good at remembering? Man, like, what is that? Why is that a thing? Why is Petrus Farms remembered as such a strong meme? What was it with it? I'm watching a commercial right now. I don't want the Family Guy. I want the original. It's only 30 seconds. Damn, I I want the full deal, man. Whatever, that's all we get.
Remember make.
Yeah, I can't pop it out because it's not.
Remember making toast in a gizmo like this? Maybe you remember Grandma toasting homemade raisin bread loaded with plump raisins, swirled with cinnamon. That sweet aroma wafting through the kitchen. Pepperidge Farm remembers they're making raisin bread like Grandma made. No artificial preservatives. A treat for breakfast, coffee breaks, or midnight munchies. Try Pepperidge Farm raisin bread. You see, Pepperidge Farm remembers.
That stuff's pretty good though. You ever get that? I forgot they made that. Oh.
There's something.
What are we gonna pop this one? Pop it like it's hot.
Fishy going on at this 600 square foot building
They
in
make
Denver,
fish
PA.
stuff?
After all, this Pepperidge Farm manufacturing plant is responsible for
Going on.
of goldfish crackers.
Oh, goldfish.
Pepperidge Farm products, the top seller that we have is goldfish crackers.
But the Pepperidge Farm story starts in Fairfield, Connecticut in 1937 with a woman named Margaret Rudkin.
She lived on a property that was actually called Pepperidge Farm for the pepperidge tree that grew by the driveway.
And she started it all. Fast forward almost 75 years, and nestled in Denver, PA is the largest of 7 Pepperidge Farm manufacturing plants across the country.
This was a location that had plenty of good land. It had good access to major roads nearby, and there was a nice workforce available.
Aside from making cookies, breads, and more than 300 other products, this Pepperidge Farm is in the business of making smiles. About 200 million each day to be exact. If you lined them all up head to tail, that would stretch from coast to coast.
A lot of smiles, yeah.
It all starts right here, where ingredients are measured.
Salt, yeast, sugar, and then the spice blend.
Then they get combined with the cheese that gives goldfish crackers that famous cheddar taste.
The hell?
But don't
That's
worry,
the
they're not
cheese?
revealing this secret recipe anytime soon.
What?
Salt, sugar, and yeast. That's all I can say.
1,500 pounds of dough makes
Play-Doh.
one batch of crackers. And after about
definitely
5
Play-Doh.
hours of
We're eating Play-Doh.
fermentation, this orange-looking Play-Doh is ready to move on.
It's coming down through that chute.
See?
It's going to go down through a series of rollers.
Truth in chest. Truth in chest.
Finally, things
You gotta
start
see
to
some
shape
Play-Doh.
up.
Some of the pieces have
I knew it tasted
smiles,
weird.
and then some don't.
In fact, only about 40% of goldfish have a smile. Down the
mix
production line, these little
Play-Doh
guys travel where they're baked for about
with
3
the bread.
minutes, then dried, then they get a little oil. Some of the goldfish go directly to packaging.
Oil.
Product coming from the oven going right to
A lot of
scale
oil.
above. There's a set of scales, and it's determining the exact weight, so it's selecting which ones to pick from. And it drops into a funnel. And then
Why
it
did they
fills
have to
the bag.
fucking
Others will be
spray the
mixed in
hell
with
out of them with
purple,
oil
red,
like
green,
that?
and orange to create goldfish colors.
So this is where you get your colored goldfish.
More than
Why
likely,
does
if there are
anybody need
goldfish in
colored
your pantry,
goldfish?
they came from right here.
Of course, everyone knows kids love, but it's amazing
Extra.
how many goldfish crackers we sell to adults as well.
Food
So
coloring.
really, everyone.
No reason. I like the way they look in a bowl. Oh my god. I like colors. I'm gay, so of course I gotta get the colorful goldfish and put them in my bowl. Look at them every day. Tell everybody I'm gay. Don't you know where I like to stick my penis? I'm gay. I get the rainbow Pepperidge Farm goldfish because I'm gay. And I need the world to know. With everything I buy, gotta have the rainbow. I'm gay. Kitty. Now I got her and Simon on the lap again. I'm trying to keep the peace right now. Did you like my song or what? Simon lets her do it though now. Like she was hearing something.
Recognizes Mr. Before I recognize Mr. Burchett, do you seek recognition, Mr. Grover?
I know the people back home have been waiting, so I'll tell them. When they decided to pick Cape Verde is a little island country off the West African coast.
Got it.
Who they felt they should include in the census. So
all right.
I know people back home are waiting to find.
Very good. Thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Santos, are illegal immigrants counted in the U.S. Census?
Yes.
Huh. Why?
They have a usual residence in the United States.
Okay. Is that data collected by the census used to decide how many congressional districts and electoral college votes a state gets?
It is.
Hmm. And it's true that states with high numbers of illegal immigrants, like California or New York, are typically Democrat states?
Correct, as is Texas.
Yes, sir. By counting illegal immigrants, these states receive more electoral votes and seats in Congress. Doesn't that mean that Democrats benefit from illegal immigration? You're a scientist.
I am a scientist. That's the way the math works out.
Yes, sir. Okay. Do you believe illegal immigrants should be counted in the census?
I believe we should count according to the Constitution, yes.
Do you think generational Americans are negatively impacted by counting illegal immigrants in the census?
I have no comment on that.
Can you explain which states had overcounts and which states had undercounts in the 2020 decennial census?
Certainly. Would you like me to read the list?
Yes.
Thank you. In terms of, let's see, undercounts, there was Arkansas, Tennessee, Mississippi, Florida, Illinois, Texas. Overcounts were Ohio, Massachusetts, Utah, New York, Minnesota, Rhode Island, Delaware, and Hawaii, according to the post-enumeration survey.
Why do you believe that was the case?
The post-enumeration survey does not tell us why, it tells us how much.
What is the Census Bureau doing to mitigate errors and reduce the risk of miscounts in the 2030 census?
We are rethinking how we go about going after historically undercounted populations and making sure that everybody gets counted only once and in the right place. And we have both technological and sort of sociological, in terms of contact and other types of approaches. In the field, we're optimizing field work to make sure that if we knock on doors for folks who haven't participated, they can have a chance to participate and so forth. We're also using administrative records from a variety of sources, both at the federal level and state level, to when we can get a hold of those, to find the gaps in case maybe a household didn't completely enumerate everyone. If we have several different sources of administrative records that indicate that there might be a missing person, then we can go back and correct that.
Do you feel like this is the best way to correct those errors, or is there something else that you would rather see done?
What we would rather see done is everybody participate, that the self-response rates are 100%, and we're doing everything that we can to engender and to improve the propensity for somebody to respond.
Okay. Explain it. What's your definition of engender?
To get folks to want to do something.
Motivated?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentleman yield. Chair recognizes Mr. Kassar. Thank you, Chairman.
No white people pick strawberries for any price.
I'm here at the United States border in Jacumba, California, and in this town alone, they've had over 1 million border crossings in the past 4 years. Right now, Donald Trump and the new border czar, Tom Homan, say they're going to have the largest mass deportation effort in America history. So today, we're going to be asking the residents of this town if they support mass deportations or if they do not support mass deportation. It's going to be extremely interesting to hear the opinions of these people here in this town because they have seen the border crisis at its height. Donald Trump is talking about a large mass deportation effort. Do you support mass deportations?
Not really.
Do you support mass deportations?
Yes, absolutely.
Do you support mass deportations?
Yeah, deport them all, start over. Tom Homan is the new border czar. It's costing the whole U.S. taxpayers multiple billions and billions of dollars. Spend it on U.S. citizens.
And where should all these migrants go?
Back to where they're from. I used to help them. Now I'm not. I was so left-wing and a liberal. I made the full circle, and now...
Living here on the border, do you support mass deportations?
No, absolutely not.
What should happen with all these migrants?
They need to figure out something, but this is a long time. I've lived up here since kids used to walk across. There was never a problem until Trump came into office. I'll just leave it at that.
So do you think Trump's going to be the man to fix this situation?
This is going to make everything worse. We're not going to have anybody get the food. I remember 10 years ago, they were looking for workers to pick strawberries. No white people pick strawberries for any price.
Dude.
No price. No price.
Bitch. We got migrant workers for a reason. Seasonal migrant workers travel from place to place in the country. We don't need them living here. They're going to go back home anyway eventually.
We're going to be screwed.
Say saving up money.
We're going to be totally screwed. I don't know what's going to happen. We definitely need a redo on it, and all the people that came in this past year that were not from South America, but that had flown in from China and Africa and Turkey and all the other places. I don't know how that all happened, but having a border fence does jack shit. They climb over it and they get hurt. If we need more border patrol, we need money. We need border patrol. Where's he going to come up with all that money for the border patrol that's going to do all this? They're not here right now because we're short. There's just not going to be, we're going to be really screwed over. I'm not sure what's going to happen. I've got 30 acres off the grid and I feel safer that way.
Would you be happy if your taxpayer dollars goes towards deporting these migrants?
Yeah, well, they've already spent billions and billions and billions of dollars housing and feeding and getting transportation for these people already who've come in. So basically, you're just going to be using the same money that you'd be using to do the same thing, except to get them out. So, yeah, absolutely.
How long have you lived out here on the border for?
I moved out here in March of 2023, so it's coming up on 2 years.
Do you support mass deportations?
I do, for anybody who's crossed illegally over the past couple of years. Everyone who calls them migrants is factually inaccurate. They're illegal migrants, so you broke the law. I of course, support sending them back to their country of origin. In terms of how do you deal with the deportation, of course there's going to be a prioritization. You can't deport everyone at once, so how about we start with the Chinese military-age males that are coming here in droves. In droves. What are they here to do? Sleeper cells are for sure a possibility. That's the whole point of being undocumented, is they can enter the country and disappear. You've got a Chinese mayor in Boston right now. What do you think is happening in New England? They're probably amassing Chinese nationals.
And remember this guy, because we'll be coming back to him shortly as he has even more information to share with us, and we are going to be speaking with one of the residents who shows us exactly how these migrants are coming into the United States. And I want to remind you guys, nearly every single day for the month of December, I am going live on my YouTube channel going across the United States. Make sure you check those out, as we are live nearly each and every single day at 12 p.m. Pacific time. And what should happen with all these migrants that came over the border illegally?
They should go back. Send them back. They don't belong here.
What's your message to those that do not support mass deportations?
Open up your eyes, smell the roses.
Out of around the 10 million illegal immigrants that came here these past 4 years, how many of them do you think Donald Trump is going to be able to deport?
As many as possible.
How do you think Donald Trump will deport all these immigrants?
Put them in a plane, fly over there and just open it up, drop them.
Just drop them?
Just drop them.
What if they die?
Then the good Lord has them.
Should they be deported for breaking the law or not? That's the question a lot of you are wondering.
I think yes, because it's no legal, but I feel bad because they only want a better life.
Do you support mass deportations?
Well, I think if they do it the right way, and apparently they're going to use the centers that they've been processing the migrants coming in, they're going to use those centers for the processing to get them back to their countries. Well, because a lot of them, it's going to be better for them to go back. They came under false pretext. A lot of them got funneled into the human trafficking network, you know, and Trump is going to come down hard on the cartels.
How do you think they deport everybody?
Well, they're going to have to find them first, maybe use the CBP app and with location, whatever. And then, I mean, you just get them on the buses and get them on planes, etc. And a lot of people came from around the world that I've seen, like from Africa, the Middle East, etc., China. So, you know, I'm not sure about the logistics of that, but first you're going to get them on buses and get them to the border. And then, you know, people who are from overseas, you got to figure that out if you're going to fly them out.
And for the people that are saying don't deport the migrants, why do you think they're saying let's not deport them, let's keep them? And why do you want to deport them all?
Well, I think there's a plan to reduce, to have them added to the voter rolls in the future, and they're hoping that they're Democrat voters and they have a one-party state like California is right now.
So this is one of the spots where they do come through?
Yeah, what they'll do is they'll come over, 20, 30 at a time, and they'll put like these homemade ladders up there made of rebar, and they just weld them together. They probably got a factory over there because they got tons of them, so they can get up real easy.
Obviously, that's not legal to do.
Nope.
So if they break the law, shouldn't they be charged for breaking crimes or breaking the law here in the United States?
They should be, actually. And this administration has just basically let them come in and, give them, free dinner, free food and lodging, and go wherever you want in the country, and free money from taxpayers. So normally
they don't have frozen
you would do
food
that,
there?
but this administration has just completely let in, who knows, 20 million.
Now that Tom Homan is going to be the new border czar, do you think he'll do a better job than Kamala Harris?
Absolutely, 1,000 million times better than that. She wanted the border open. She allowed it to be open. Her and Joe Biden, the Democratic Party, they could have closed it. You see when Biden did the executive order, how fast it slowed down. Stuff slowed down really fast. Now, after Trump got elected, boom, it slowed down. It stopped out here completely. We've got a few small groups coming in down here, like maybe every other morning. But from the numbers that we were seeing, I was seeing like 800 to 1,000 every single day in Lukeville, Arizona, where I camped for 7 weeks last October to December. And then out here, I was seeing 600 a day when I first camped from June to September, I believe I was here. So it's a night and day difference.
So living here on the border, with everything you've seen, do you support mass deportations?
I don't see the point, really.
And why not?
I don't know, it just seems like you're upsetting a whole lot of people, fucking with a lot of families.
And so when people say they do not support mass deportations, or these big cities like LA recently announced that they're going to become their own self-declared sanctuary city, what's your message to them?
It's aiding and abetting criminals, right? If we're saying what they're doing is illegal, that makes you a criminal. And if you're harboring criminals, if you're aiding and abetting, I would say prosecute the politicians. Treason is on the table.
That'd be cool.
For everyone, the NGOs, Mayorkas, all the way to the top, everyone because they knew what was happening. Like, do not let the mainstream media fool you. And these people say, oh, we didn't know how bad it was. We didn't know. Bullshit. I call complete bullshit. Like, they knew anyone could have stopped this from happening. They allowed it to happen. It was left wide open, cut for 6 months. Border Patrol would just drive up and wait for him to cross. And I asked, why don't you put the wire back up? And they say, oh, they'll just cut it down again. What kind of response is that? What kind of message does that send to the world?
It's a little lazy.
You try to cross into Israel, you try to cross into China, what are they going to do? North Korea, they'll shoot you in the head. So why do we stand here and just let them enter? We know the answer was to send them to swing states so they could vote without voter ID to try to swing the election, but obviously the 2024 election proved that the American people are fed up. We're done with that. We are the majority. It's our country. You're not going to come here and vote in our election 2 months later if you're not a citizen. It's complete horseshit.
Yeah, and so Tom Homan, he's been very outspoken, saying even on 60 Minutes, well, we can deport the whole entire family.
We have to get
if they did have a child that is here.
We have to get. I was going to get at this. We have to get them and the kids out of here, because one day those kids are going to be voting age, and that's the plan. That's what they're all trying to do, is get these kids in here. The Democrats.
You support that as well?
The future of democracy.
If they're all here illegally, sure.
But I think a lot of people in the news right now are portraying it that Donald Trump wants to deport illegal immigrants that have been here for 40, 50 years. But do you think it's those migrants that he wants to deport, or do you think it's just the ones that have came in these past 4 years or so?
No, again, it's prioritization. I mean, if you're familiar with business, right? First in, first out. First in, last out. So last in, first out for this one. I think the people who crossed within the last 2 years should be the first ones to go. It's like, I don't think he's going to go. I mean, he's got a backlog of people, right? So I don't think he's going to go for the people who've been here for 10 years. The media is, of course, going to exaggerate and make it seem like he's doing something that he's not, but I'm sure they're going to go for the...
What if some of those, if some of those people that have been here for 10, 20 years, what if they've been scamming our country for 10 or 20 years? Does that make them less guilty of people being here? No, they're fucking more guilty. They've been living here for 20 years, not paying taxes, sending all their money back home. They've been fucking us over the longest. So why shouldn't they go first? They should be scared. Why haven't they gotten documented yet?
I have a sneaking suspicion that the CBP One app is actually a tracking app so that we can find these people and deport them now.
Yeah, I think Donald Trump might flip the Uno reverse card on the Biden administration. By now, they made that app so they could track the migrants here in the United States. Now Donald Trump's going to track them. And
I think so. And if they were given free phones, we all know your iPhone's a spy device. You know, every smart device can track your location. It has backdoors. We all know this. We all accept it. Mm-hmm. So why wouldn't these free phones be the same way? So
yeah. So these migrants were given free phones when they crossed over the border. It tracks their location. When Donald Trump and Tom Homan go into office, they technically should just be able to use those phones to track down the migrants if they were wanting to deport them, right?
I don't see why not.
How long have you lived here at the border for?
Let me not tell them about
years.
that. I didn't
30
think
years.
about it.
In these past 4 years, was this the worst you ever seen the border crossings?
Nope.
No? Donald Trump is the president-elect right now. He's saying he's going to go about with the largest mass deportation effort in American history. Do you support him in his deportation efforts?
I do not.
Do you support mass deportations?
I don't think mass deportations is the answer per se, but I mean, at the same time, we got to do something. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, in our society, it seems like pendulum swings. You know, it's all or nothing.
Yeah. What do you think the answer is to all the migrants that have came in these past 4 years, 6 years, 8 years?
I think they should go through and do their due diligence, go back and find all these people that have come over here, and then if people are in this country contributing, if they're a part of our society, if they're working, if they're being Americans, then yeah, give them a quick asylum, let them be a part of it. Otherwise, you know, if they're not contributing to the society we have here in the country, then I think they should go somewhere.
Like what? Like those people that were selling food for a restaurant across state lines to the migrants because the migrants didn't want the frozen food? Is that an admirable job for them to be doing under the table, undermining our system, having our food thrown away in the hotels so that they can sell this restaurant's food and get a cut of the money or the profits? Like, is that admirable, really? Like, I don't know, man. They're like coming in here complaining about the hotel they're given, complaining about the food not being enough or good enough, or like that they're only getting health care but they don't get prescriptions, some shit like that. It's like, what are you talking about, man? There are a lot of homeless people on our streets that aren't getting any of that shit, especially the hotel and free food.
else.
Do you think they could just go back because they've been coming through from an app called the
Those
CBP1 app? Do you think they could just go in
dude.
the app and track down the migrants, get all the names?
Even the ones that look like they're working
I
hard
think they
here.
could. I think the resources are there for them to do it the right way.
Would you agree with them going into the app, like the CBP1 app, looking at the documents, or going to the migration facilities here, and then getting the names from the people that recently came in, say the past year, past 2 years, and then taking them out?
I would be okay with that because the rights that we have in this country are for citizens. So I don't think illegal entrants or undocumented immigrants, however you want to call it, I don't think they have those rights because they're not technically a citizen. But again, it does open a slippery slope.
They're getting them. You see, they're getting them in court. We're having to house them in jails. We're having to, depending on where you're at, they're getting public defenders, dude, to fight their cases and everything. Like, why? Why do they get any of that? You know what I'm saying? Just because you're here, you get that? That's wild.
Of where do the rights for humans go. So, but yeah, I don't have a problem with them going to that, especially if it's going to get rid of the fentanyl problems that we have here in this country. And again, you know, it's not everybody. Anybody with any common sense knows that. But
make them defend themselves.
They need to do to be able to clean up and get things going in the right direction again, I think is important.
Do you think Donald Trump's going to actually be able to deport all of the illegal immigrants here in the United States?
He talks a big game.
Oh, you didn't
I hope he doesn't.
What migrants?
You didn't know? You don't get a lawyer here. You don't have the same rights the Americans have. You broke in illegally. So, yeah, you don't get a lawyer for breaking that crime. You got to defend yourself. And, well, you're supposed to do it in English. So if no one understands you, well, you're probably going to lose. Sorry. Good luck in there. You know, that'd be awesome. Then they would be like, oh, hey, Chihuahua, I say. They don't give us... Because check this out. Do you think in Venezuela they treat them nearly as respectful as our court system does? Do you think that they have any chance at all at getting off of their charge in Venezuela if they're locked up for something? Hell no. They don't have any defense. Like they might look like they have a defense up in there, but they really don't. Like here they actually have a chance. And they know that. Take that shit away from them. Make it like Venezuela. If they get arrested, because they're not actually citizens. They'd be a hell of a lot less likely to come here breaking our laws.
What group scares you the most? Is it the Chinese, the Turkey migrants, the Mexican migrants, the Venezuelan migrants?
I'm not afraid of any of them, and I don't like any of them, Chinese especially.
Why should people be concerned that Chinese migrants have came across the U.S. border?
Can't trust them.
One last question for you. Would you be willing to house migrants to keep them away from government officials if they did come by?
I live in a studio, so I don't physically have that option.
Of course you don't.
But if I did, absolutely. Those are hardworking people. I mean, my last husband was a wetback. He self-described a wetback because he crawled across the river to get up here. And he worked his ass off. And he paid all of our taxes. And he was a card now. Then he was a green card holder after that. But he crawled up here because he was desperate for a life. Mm-hmm. These people that have come up that way, not the same as the Chinese people that fly in with suitcases. That's another story. That's they got to figure out from other countries.
Should they get rid of the Chinese then, at least?
No. I mean about just in general, people that fly into Mexico and then cross over with all of their bags that we're paying $100 for a pack of cigarettes. They just were using the excuse to get in while everything was going crazy up here. I helped feed them. And take them blankets. They're human beings.
Thank you so much for watching this video.
Wait,
please
she
consider
just
subscribing, give
contradicted
this video a
herself.
like, and I will be reading
She's
your
like,
comments down
except
below.
for those people,
This
fuck
is
those
Nick, and I will
people.
see
But
you
I
in the
fed
next
them and
video.
gave them blankets because I'm such an awesome person. Yeah. You should be more like me. If you're not, you are an asshole. That was just a matter of time.
Shooting at a Denny's in Hacienda Heights, and the gunman is on the run from deputies. Assignment manager Mark Liu is at the desk with the SkyCal video. Mark.
Yeah, that's right, Rudabeh. The good news is LA County Sheriff's deputies, they have eyes on this gunman, but the bad news, they physically cannot get to him because of how deeply entrenched he is in some shrubbery on the side of the 60 freeway. Now, let's go out to live pictures from SkyCal to explain. There you can see both an LA County Sheriff's deputy and an armored vehicle on the 60 freeway that is closed in both directions. Kalina's going to have more information on that in just a second, but this entire shooting incident, it started here on at a Denny's right there at 7th between Gale and Palms and Hacienda Heights. It was just before 7 that there was a report of a hostile man with a gun at that Denny's, so LA County Sheriff's deputies responded to take care of that incident. When they arrived, they heard gunfire and saw the gunman running. They took defensive positions. That gunman has now run about 1,500 feet away to an area here between the 60 freeway and some homes there right by the Denny's. Now, that gunman is an adult man. He's wearing all in black. SkyCal has seen a couple of shots of him in the last few minutes. He does not appear to have a gun in his hand, but LA County Sheriff's deputies, they're treating this as though he is armed. SkyCal did have some video. If we can go to that video, we can show you what that is. It's right there. You'll see him behind a home there. That's him. This was just about 30 minutes ago when he was behind a brick wall there, and you can see he's got both hands up. He doesn't have anything in his hands, but he's acting very erratically. Deputies have been trying to get to him, but there's so much between him and the deputies. There's all kinds of walls and foliage back there that they're setting up on the freeway. Now, the freeway is closed. That's causing a huge nightmare for commuters going through this area. I want to send it over to Kalina to talk about what this is going to mean for your morning commute. Kalina.
Yeah, it's already a mess out there this morning. This is causing an even bigger mess for the 60 freeway. So Caltrans camera is showing you the delays that you're seeing on the eastbound side. Couple cars are coming through on that westbound side, though, so we're looking into that. But right now, it's very light heading westbound compared to what we usually see. And then eastbound, you can see just stopped here. No one is getting through, not diverting anyone out of the way either. And you can see the officers on scene as well. So for now, we have all lanes blocked off in both directions right at 7th Avenue. Looks like some progress on the westbound side, but eastbound is shut down entirely. Your best way around this would be the freeway alternate routes this morning. The surface streets are kind of tricky around that area. Ramona is a possible option, just depends on where you're going. But the east or westbound sides of the 10 freeway, the east or westbound sides of the 210 freeway, both will help you avoid that freeway closure on the 60. Now, because of what's going on the 60, the 605 is also impacted. So for that, you could take the 57 to get around some of it. You could even try the 710. Both are options as well, but just a lot of activity heading into and out of this area. I'll keep an eye on it for you and let you know as soon as anything lifts, but for now, avoid it if you can. Ladies, back to you.
Thank you, Kalina.
Oh, really?
For months, the I-Team has been looking into test questions, a simmering scandal. Tonight, a prominent laboratory used by police and prosecutors accused of providing flawed test results in cases of driving under the influence of marijuana. Many cases resulting in motorists convicted and sent to jail when they shouldn't have been, and allegations of a cover-up that followed.
There are two people that are no longer here. This is something that is difficult to talk about.
March 26, 2018, while Corey Lee was driving a company vehicle to work, he ran a stop sign in northern Illinois. Lee crashing into another vehicle, killing 52-year-old Pedro Pasillas Sanchez and his son, 22-year-old Pedro Pasillas Delgado.
I know that I was not under the influence that morning.
But a judge ruled otherwise. Lee was convicted of aggravated driving under the influence of cannabis or marijuana, resulting in death. The judge, relying on a blood test result showing Lee's level of delta-9 THC, the main psychoactive compound in marijuana, at 6.5 nanograms. In Illinois, that's beyond the limit, an illegal amount for motorists.
It's malfeasance, misdirection, and incompetence.
Suburban DUI defense attorney Don Ramsell is representing Lee, who is now challenging his conviction, which was based on a test done by the University of Illinois Chicago Analytical Forensic Testing Laboratory. This court filing claiming the analysis of blood tests was somehow flawed, resulting in inaccurate THC numbers.
Their accrediting agency decided to audit the lab and then began to find a series of, they call them nonconformances, or failure to follow scientific standards, which has now put about 1,600 cannabis DUI cases that they tested in jeopardy.
In jeopardy of being thrown out, people released from prison, both?
I'd say both.
4 months, the I-Team has been digging through records that raise concerns about the lab's analytical methods and how tests were conducted for substances that determine whether someone is driving under the influence of marijuana.
This is what I would describe as a festering scandal. The consequences are great. People who are charged with felonies, their life is certainly affected.
Emails and internal communications obtained tonight by the I-Team revealing the lab acknowledged testing problems last March and waited 2 months to alert prosecutors of possible flawed results.
The supervision of the lab also was what I would describe as not doing their job, not following the scientific requirements.
Professor Bruce Goldberger is an expert in forensic toxicology.
People rely upon us as forensic scientists to do work that is reliable and defensible in court. There are instances, unfortunately, where we have had bad apples in the system, but that's the role of the court and the role of the accreditation process to discover these bad apples.
UIC has now stopped doing tests for marijuana in law enforcement cases, and in a statement said the University of Illinois Chicago is aware of concerns raised regarding the testing of certain biological samples previously conducted at one of its laboratories. The university is conducting an investigation to examine the matter thoroughly. As this is an ongoing process, we are unable to provide additional details at this time. UIC remains committed to upholding the highest standards of laboratory research integrity and compliance, and to ensuring the well-being of the communities we serve.
Laboratory analysts and labs still feel they're above the law, that their mistakes are internal and not to be shared with the rest of us.
In a court filing, Ramsell claims the widely used lab discovered its testing flaw as far back as 2021, but kept it secret, and it wasn't disclosed. In 2022, Lee was sentenced to 6 years in prison, and where he should stay, according to an attorney for the victim's family, lab tests or not.
I don't believe that the prosecutor or the judge was wrong. As far as the UIC lab, I believe that somebody there should have to answer for this.
Tonight, then, what is the answer to these test questions? State's attorneys across Metro Chicago already working to figure out which convictions were based on faulty lab results and how many defendants are in jail when they shouldn't be.
I mean, he was probably still with the jail, though, because he ran a fucking stop sign and killed 2 people. You go to jail for that, even if you're not high, I think. Go to prison, I mean. Maybe just less time. Oh, what? Fuck you, Mama. Man, dude. I wish Tux wouldn't have licked any of it, though.
Time is running out. There are only 2 days left for one lucky winner to claim a nearly $200 million mega jackpot. The winning ticket was sold at a gas station in Encino.
And that is where we find NBC4's Camilla Rambaldi tonight. Camilla, I'm guessing you don't have the ticket, huh?
It's definitely not me, Colleen. I can confirm that. No official winner has come forward just yet. But if you think you bought a lottery ticket here last year, start looking for it. Check your house, check your wallet, check your car, because that deadline is right around the corner. I spoke with one woman who says she came by this gas station here in Encino hoping to gain some luck for tomorrow's drawing.
It's so crazy. I can't believe it.
Shannon Elliott says she is ready to win.
This was kind of on the way, and yeah, it might be my regular spot because they sold a big one here.
She came to this Chevron gas station Thursday in Encino for some luck after finding out a Mega Million ticket worth more than $197 million sold here has yet to be claimed. Lottery officials say the ticket is set to expire on Saturday, which is 1 year from the date of the draw.
That's the reason I came over here, to cash this ticket in, which is a $26 winner, and buy a couple of tickets because the jackpot is super high for tomorrow. So I'm like, why not?
It was one of 2 jackpot tickets sold here on December 8th last year that matched all 6 numbers, totaling a prize of $395 million. The winning numbers were 21, 26, 53, 66, 70, and 13. The first ticket was claimed back in June.
If the winner elects to take the annual payment, the lump sum is around 94 million, so still a lot of money.
What if no one comes forward to claim the prize? California Lottery says the money will go to public schools.
California sales total about $13.8 million. So if the money goes unclaimed, it's that money, 13.8, that would go to schools. The 80 some odd million left over would actually be sent back to the other state lotteries for them to use for their own beneficiaries, whether that's education or another cause.
And for now, the wait continues.
It's insane. I hope they're going to claim it. I hope they're going to claim it today, tomorrow.
And if you have that winning ticket, there are 2 ways to claim the prize. You need to fill out a claim form and take it to one of the California Lottery offices. You can also fill out the claim form online and mail it to the California Lottery headquarters in Sacramento on or before December 7th. Again, that deadline is on Saturday. In Encino, Camilla Rambaldi, NBC 4 News.
There's Bongo in the house.
Well, in this Commonwealth and in this country, our elected officials work for us, not the other way around. Using public office for personal gain is a crime, plain and simple.
Strong words from federal officials as they announced the arrest of Boston City Councilor Tanya Fernandez Anderson. Good morning, everyone. I'm Colton Bradford, and we are staying on top of a lot of breaking news this morning. We're actually going to get to a shooting that happened not long ago in Chelsea in just a few moments. But first, we have team coverage this morning on the arrest of that Boston City Councilor on federal corruption charges. NBC 10's Manash Kwangwari, he's live for us outside City Hall. He's been getting reaction to this morning's news. Manash, we're going to get to you in just a moment. Let's begin with our Alicia Palumbo. Alicia, good morning. Walk us through these charges.
Good morning, Colton. These are serious felony charges, and Tanya Fernandez Anderson is scheduled to make her initial appearance here at federal court to officially face those charges at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Boston City Councilor Tanya Fernandez Anderson arrested just after 6 a.m. Friday morning after a federal grand jury indicted the second-term councilor on federal public corruption charges.
It's like deja vu all over again. Another Boston City councilor is accused of embracing a culture of cashing in at the expense of the public good.
The 6 felony charges Fernandez Anderson was indicted on involve wire fraud and theft through an alleged money kickback scheme. Federal prosecutors allege the District 7 councilor hired a relative in a staff position in 2022. This was done after she had already been investigated by the State Ethics Commission and fined $5,000 for hiring 2 immediate family members earlier that year, whom she was forced to terminate. Investigators allege she denied being related to the new staff member and made her staff sign non-disclosure agreements.
She lied to her staff and betrayed her constituents, all while being a strong advocate for increased accountability for public officials.
Federal investigators accused Fernandez Anderson of awarding a bonus to this relative in 2023, who then in turn allegedly gave Fernandez Anderson approximately $7,000 in cash in a City Hall bathroom.
Public officials who line their pockets with taxpayer money erode the trust and confidence of the public in the officials who serve them.
Now, investigators say no one else has been charged in connection with this case at this time, but this investigation is ongoing. We're live outside of federal court in Boston. Alicia Palumbo, NBC 10 Boston.
All right, Alicia, thanks for starting us off this morning. As you can imagine, news of Fernandez Anderson's arrest, it is sending shockwaves through City Hall. NBC 10's Manoj Kongwari is live there with reaction from local lawmakers. Manoj?
Well, Colton, it's important to note that these 6 federal charges are merely allegations at this point. Tanya Fernandez Anderson will still have a chance to explain herself in court. But after all of that, if she is found guilty, it will be monumental for a council that just in the last 3 years has seen several members involved in federal crimes.
I was surprised when I saw this morning how serious the allegations are.
Speaking candidly Friday morning, at-large City Council member Erin Murphy reacting.
It's alarming.
After finding out her fellow Boston City Council member Tanya Fernandez Anderson now faces 6 federal charges, 5 counts of wire fraud, and 1 count of theft involving federal funds.
If we're using our power for personal gain in any job is not right.
The charges for Fernandez Anderson coming just 1 year after being reelected to the District 7 seat, a position she had been holding since 2021, becoming the first Muslim councilor in Boston's history, the first formerly undocumented immigrant, and the first African immigrant. At the time of these allegations, she holds the vice chair position for the council's Committee on Post-Audit,
DEI is his
geared
best.
toward accountability and transparency.
Dude, that's what the dude, yesterday I told y'all that I talked to a guy that worked for NASA on Apollo 11, and one of the other things besides the shuttle he didn't think was going to work right because he thinks it's too tall, the one they're talking about using. But he also said that he didn't say it. He was like they're picking people for like the wrong things. And I was like, oh yeah, DEI, right? He's like, yeah, they need to pick the best person for the job, man. That's why the NASA mission to the moon probably isn't going to do very well because the DEI shit is so rampant. Like he worded in other words, but it was interesting that somebody else in public that was like, man, it was like a movement. It's happening, man. Everybody's starting to get sick and tired of this shit.
I think of these committees if
the chairs of the committees are breaking the law, I mean, they should be upset, and rightfully so.
Even black people don't like it. Some black people.
Now, the council will not be discussing this matter in any of their upcoming hearings, as this still is an ongoing situation. But it will be a challenge for them to push forward with this hanging over their head. Councilmember Ed Flynn has already stated this will be a distraction. Reporting in Boston, Manoj Kongwari, NBC 10 Boston.
Manoj, thank you. And with a story like this,
Boston used to be known as like the whitest city in the country. I remember because my brother was wanting to move there because of that, because we lived in Memphis, and Memphis is like one of the blackest cities in the country, and he wanted to, I lived there, I guess, for a change. He didn't, but I remember that stuck with me. It was probably in the late 90s or something, he said that. But now, they had a black Muslim immigrant from Africa councilwoman. Like, times are changing out in Boston. How is that working out for them? Was this new?
Excuse me, that's inappropriate.
Oh, okay. You can leave. Oh, okay. Very good.
The Chicago mayor, who has a 14% approval rating, is dealing with a scandal involving a former aide.
It wasn't uncommon to see Ronnie Reese by Mayor Brandon Johnson's side at news conferences, as he served as both press secretary and later communications director. But these newly released documents show Reese was fired more than a year after complaints were first made about him. After that employee reported sex discrimination to the city's HR department, they wrote that they were fired on August 9th and placed on a do not hire list.
Anyone that would call and ask about me, the first thing they would say is that I'm on the do not hire, and they're not going to extend on that. They're not going to say why. That's the first thing they're going to hear, and then they already made their assumptions about me.
A newer complaint filed by another employee references incidents from May of this year. I have personally experienced mistreatment by Reese in the form of sexual harassment, misogyny, and unfair treatment. Among them, the employee alleges that at an after-work event, Reese wrapped his arm around her.
Anybody doesn't recognize this is the mayor of Chicago. He took over for Lightfoot, and apparently is 10 times worse than Lightfoot, which is crazy. Anybody could be worse than female Beetlejuice. And it's like, bro, he came in hot, acting like he was a superstar or something. At least Mayor Adams like came in with a little bit of like, even though he's like the mayor of Gotham and shit, he looks slick out there though. Can you believe a police chief ended up being mayor of New York City? That's amazing. What's going on with Turkey though? Huh? What's going on with that shit? We need to know.
His thigh against hers, told her love you, which she reported made her severely uncomfortable.
One of the workers was upset when the mayor's chief of staff, Christina Pacione-Zayas, recommended peace circles as a way to resolve the issue. The city's human resources commissioner testified that a request to put someone on the do not hire list could only come from one of two people in the mayor's office, either the chief of staff
or his wife
or the mayor himself. And yesterday, Mayor Johnson
said
said
his wife,
he
dude.
didn't
She's got her own office
about complaints against Reese
until
these documents came to light.
Reporter William J. Kelly, who's been a thorn in the mayor's side, had some questions for the mayor's office.
I can try to follow.
Kennedy, quick question. There have been reports, a number of reports, of somebody going to the 5th floor to demand a paternity test.
Excuse me. That's inappropriate.
Oh, okay. You can leave. Oh, okay. Very good. I didn't know that. I thought that they were city.
That's inappropriate.
Well, then may I ask you a question? Okay.
Kelly had some other pointed questions to irritate the mayor as well.
Mayor Johnson, your approval ratings are at an historic low. The recent 50-0 vote on your property tax, your $300 million property tax increase, suggests that you've lost control of the Chicago City Council. Chicagoans on the street are telling me that your liquor tax is nothing more than a tax on the working man to fund your plan to hide migrants from Donald Trump and Tom Homan. Is there... At what point will you put Chicago first? At what point will you shift to putting Chicagoans ahead of migrants?
Well, as I've said from the very beginning, it's always been a part of my value system to invest in people. And that's why in this budget, and you've seen it in my previous budget, we made a commitment to hire young people. Last year, almost 70% of those who received jobs through our youth investment were black children. In fact, 97% of those young people were black and brown. There was an opportunity for us to do that a cycle and a half ago, and the interests of corporations, the ultra wealthy in this state, Ken Griffin in particular, spent more money to defeat the tax than he would have had to pay. To me, that just didn't make any sense. That's not putting Chicagoans first. Responding to the unhoused crisis, we're going to build for the first time in the city of Chicago, first time, a one shelter system for people to be able to...
Real Chicagoans tell me that after they attended the Christmas tree lighting ceremony that was disrupted by hundreds of violent youth, and a woman was shot in the doorway of Macy's, They tell me that the hundreds of millions of dollars that you're spending on these violent youth programs simply aren't working. At what point will you course correct and acknowledge that these programs are not working, and perhaps consider listening to law enforcement and other voices?
So the people of Chicago believe in our young people. They do. And so the dollars that we're spending to ensure that young people have summer jobs and year-round positions, people want to see those investments. They really do. And furthermore, the people of Chicago appreciate the fact that we have 200 detectives, more than we had prior. People appreciate that we have brand new helicopters. No other administration has been able to deliver that. People appreciate that. Now, is there more work to be done? Of course. Look, this city has been run a certain way for 30 years.
Yeah, it needs to change. Fuck, dude. Like, what I remember when I was homeless in Chicago, check this out. And I would look into avenues and stuff to help, to get help. I had my car and I had a job. Like, so I had stuff going for me. Even I went to the VA. They let me take a shower. That's all they really had for me. They let me take a shower in one of their rooms because I really needed to take one, because the way I was doing it is staying at these staying at churches. These churches, there was a program. One was called Pads, another one was called Beds, I believe, and they were in neighboring counties. See, Chicago is right near another county where Downers Grove and stuff like that is, from my memory. If my memory serves me correctly, and it would alternate between the two counties or some shit. So I'd have to drive from one county, and then the next night I had to stay at one of the other ones, or try to. Like one night I wasn't even able to. I had to sleep in my car while it was snowing and shit. It was wild. But that wasn't a state ran thing. They might have been NGOs in a sense where they're getting a little bit of money from the city or state or whatever, but like it was extremely limited for one. Like I said, like it was like a lottery system. I even thought I had gotten in one night, but I didn't know how the system worked. I was supposed to pick a bed. And instead, I just went straight to like eat because I was hungry. And somebody walks up to me, he's like, "Hey, did you pick a bed already?" And I was like, "What? Pick a bed?" He's like, "Yeah, man, we're out of beds, dude. So you're gonna have to, you can finish your food up and stuff, but yeah, you're gonna have to find somewhere else to stay tonight." Like, what the fuck? And I had brought somebody else there with me who had already gotten his bed. I guess he knew how it worked. And our agreement was that we were going to split a hotel room because we had about enough to do that, just in case we didn't get a room together, or in this case we didn't get in. We had a backup plan for the night. And I remember smoking a cigarette. We were smoking a cigarette, and he's telling me he's going to stay. We're outside, of course, and it's snowing. It was like this little smoke area they had where we were still in their area, whatever, but he's telling me he's going to stay. And I'm like, motherfuckers, I didn't have enough to really do the hotel thing by myself. That would have been my entire paycheck for the day. And I was trying to save money to get a place to rent weekly. I didn't have credit. My credit was shot, dude. So, like, I know the struggles in Chicago, what they used to be comparatively. Like, and also Memphis, it's not as much of a struggle in Memphis. The VA helps more there for some reason, but for the normal person, a layman, or not layman, but a civilian who doesn't have the VA, there's hardly anything out there, man. I remember one night, before I got into a program in Memphis, I was homeless and sleeping in my car, and I just really needed to sleep on something besides my car because it wasn't working. And I went into one of the homeless shelters, and because I'm thinking it was going to be like the one here in California where they got bunks set up, with shitty ass mattresses. I stayed there one night. Bro, that was horrible too. But this was even worse than that. I walk in and it's like a basketball court with people on mats everywhere, and it's like really dark, and they let me in, thankfully. I don't know if they were supposed to or not, but everybody was knocked out already. And I took one look at it and I was like, nope. I went back to my car and went somewhere and went to sleep in my car, man. And meanwhile, we're giving these migrants a hotel that they're complaining about and shit. Like the food that they're complaining about. What? Because it's frozen. What? Don't they have microwaves in their room? Is this not good enough for them? But you know how happy I was when I first was able to get food stamps and had a hotel room here in California through their GR program. It was 2 weeks at a time. Now you didn't get no months or anything. You had to do 2 weeks, or no, it was a month on, a month off, but you would get 2 week voucher and you had to go back and get another 2 week voucher. So it's a pain in the ass being at the office. You know, nobody wants to be up there feeling like a degenerate. And then, you know, a broke ass. And then you get another 2 weeks, and every night you'd have to sign that you were there so that they would get credit for it. So that was a pain in the ass. And there was a curfew. You couldn't be out past a certain time at night. There are all kinds of rules, and food came out of that same office in the form of food stamps. And yeah, sure, we could buy our own food at the grocery store, but you couldn't buy hot food at the time. That wasn't a thing yet. It was while I was homeless that they incorporated being able to buy hot food from places all of a sudden. And it was like, well, at one of the times when I've done a couple stints, but so that was a godsend, having frozen food, man. Like, and even more so if you had a room that had a microwave in it. Holy shit! Then you don't have to get the cold cut sandwiches all the time and the Lunchables and shit that's already like ready to go. You can get something that you can heat up, and they're coming here bitching about that. Not getting enough free health care. It's only emergencies. They only help us in emergencies. Well, our homeless people get that too. But the thing is, our homeless people are documented, so they try to get that money back from them for the rest of their lives. Oh, you can only pay $10 on the $100 if you're pennies on the dollar. Just give us something, you know. They'll hound them. I don't know if it messes your credit up. I think it does, dude. If you don't pay medical bills, but these people don't have to worry about credit because they got landlords that are willing to put them up onto the table because they're making so much money off of them. We see that in Ohio happening. They're taking all the real estate because these landlords are capitalizing off of it. And from what I understand, even the mayor was capitalizing off of it. That's what the locals are saying on Nick Shirley's stream. I just went off on a major tangent. Fucking Chicago pisses me off, dude, because like I said, I've been there and I feel their pain and them not like paying attention to their own people first, man. Chicago's gonna end up like god dang, I mean it won't, I know, but Gary, Indiana. If you've ever been there where Michael Jackson was born and lived, it's so run down and dilapidated and just like a shithole. Everyone's left. A bunch of boarded up houses, some for sale for a couple $1,000s. That's how it was, I don't know, a decade ago. I don't know if it's much better now. Like literally on the street that Michael Jackson grew up on, there was a house for sale for like $4,000. The cats were living in it. So you may need to be just buying the land right there, but it was such a bad neighborhood apparently that it wouldn't be worth building a house there. They did a heart study. I don't know. It's not spelled like that though. It's spelled with one R, I believe. I'm just saying heart study. Mm-hmm. The German Aortic Valve Registry. It's also known as Gary. Oh. Is that a cardiovascular joke? Are you a cardiovascular surgeon? Or the study? Oh, I don't know. I don't know if Gary would be considered the average American town, though. Is it? Real American heroes. Trump nominates former border chief Rodney Scott as commissioner of CBP. Oh shit. It's about to get crazy. Put them back in cages. Oh shit.
Realtor.com predicts low sales but rising prices for home buyers in 2025. Housing guy Mitch Rochelle joins me now. Mitch, that doesn't sound good to me. How about you?
Can we get a break?
Well, it's bad for realtors because they're not going to sell a lot of homes, and it's potentially bad for buyers because prices are going to go up. Good for sellers, but that is, I completely agree with their forecast for 2025. Unless we figure out some fiscal policy to create incentives for people to build more homes, we're not going to see more homes hitting the market in a meaningful way.
And you can't just snap your fingers and build more homes just like that, can you? I mean, it takes a long time to get those to the market.
Yeah, I mean, one of the companies we have, we can create new homes, which we do them for rent in about a year. But the biggest challenge is all these local regulations, which just slow down the process. Just pulling a permit can take 6 months sometimes. So that is certainly one of the challenges.
And then we have billionaire Mark Cuban. He says home insurance in areas hit by repetitive disasters is going to be the #1 housing affordability issue in the next 4 years. He says Florida in particular will have, his words, huge problems. Is that exactly what you're seeing, Mitch?
Yeah, it's certainly an issue, but I think Mark Cuban's comments directed at Florida and potentially directed at Governor DeSantis are political in nature because guess what? Texas has the exact same problems and he lives in Dallas. So, yes, I think it's a national problem. We've talked about it in the past and we need to figure out a way to deal with it. We're seeing, Stuart, more and more people choosing to rent versus buy just for the reason that you don't carry that burden of expensive homeowners insurance when you're a tenant and you shift it back to the landlord.
I believe that I remember you said that your solution to that problem, or partial solution, is to raise your deductible. Is that it?
Yeah, that's my solution, but that's not certainly for everybody. That means you're willing to take up to $50,000 worth of risk if something happens to your house. For somebody that has a $400,000 house, they can't take that kind of risk. So I don't think it's a one-size-fits-all solution. It's my personal solution, but I think what we're seeing is people are kind of voting with their feet and opting to rent versus buy when high homeowners insurance is part of the calculus of whether or not they rent versus buy.
What a mess. We bring you on, you're a real estate expert, you know what you're talking about, and every week the news seems grim. It's just not an active market.
Homeowner insurance on average is $1,700.
No, and
$350,000
the
house
thing that
ain't too
really
bad.
disturbs me the most about it, and I hate being the bearer of bad news, but speaking the truth is speaking the truth. We're talking at the end of the day, Stuart, about the American dream, and I think the American dream is owning a home, and when it's bleak prospects of owning a home, I think that trickles down through a lot of the economy. So I think it's something that this incoming administration needs to really, truly focus on.
Well, let's hope they do. Mitch Rochelle, thanks for joining us. You have a great weekend, no matter where you are. Enjoy yourself.
Before the United Healthcare CEO was gunned down on the streets of New York, The shooting that took our breath away was the killing of Judge Kevin Mullins right there in his own chambers. We know who fired those shots. It was on video right there. That was Sean Mickey Steins right there with the gun. He was the sheriff at that time of their rural Kentucky county. And he was also a close friend of the judge. And he's not a sheriff anymore. He's an inmate waiting for trial. But just like the CEO murder, the motive in the Judge Mullins case is a mystery, which means that the two men's long shared history has been under the microscope. And tonight, a gut punch of an exclusive to tell you about. It turns out there are recordings about the dead judge that tie him to some very dirty business in that county. A sex for favors scandal that sent a former deputy to jail and got the sheriff, who's now facing murder, sued in federal court. News Nation investigative producer Allison Weiner uncovered these recordings, and she joins me live now. You're such a great producer. I mean, we send you out to dig this stuff up, and then I have to have you on television to report it. What kind of a recording are we talking about, Allison?
Well, these are recordings from the criminal investigation into Deputy Fields, the guy that went to prison for the sex for favor scandal. And Deputy Fields was convicted of rape 3, of sodomy, and also of perjury. So the recordings are from his victim. And she subsequently has filed the civil rights lawsuit in federal court. The victim is Sabrina Atkins, and she was interviewed by police about what had happened to her when she was an inmate in Fletcher County in Whitesburg. And that's where Sheriff Stein was working, and also where Ben Fields was working. And these recordings, I was listening to them, and I just sort of stopped and was like, I'm beginning to see that Sheriff Stein's life was coming apart, like sort of one thing, one block at a time. And this was not a good thing that I was listening to. And let's take a listen to it, and then we can talk about it.
He does have some videotapes of some stuff in the judge's chambers.
What kind of stuff?
Just with girls sexual and stuff.
What describe? Have you seen the videos?
I've seen one partly, just them having sex with girls for to be able to get out of jail.
Who was having sex?
Ben and just some higher ups up there.
Who?
The judge and.
You saw the video.
Yeah.
What did you see on the video? I mean,
I've seen Judge Mullins having sex with a girl.
Who was the girl?
I don't know. Because I don't know a lot of people from over.
Where was it at?
In his office, in the judge's chambers.
Is that the same place that you were meeting Ben? Is that how you know it was a judge's chambers?
Yeah.
And this was Judge who?
Mullins.
Allison, wow, that's pretty clear. That's her saying Judge Mullins was having sex with these people in his chambers, just like the other deputy. Here's the question I have, because it seemed to me that it became an open secret among female inmates that you can sleep your way out of jail because these men and these higher-ups, not the ones necessarily on the screen, this is an allegation only, will have sex for these release favors.
That's correct. And by the way, the Sheriff Stein denied during his deposition, which was a couple of days before the murder, that he had he had any idea that any of this was going on. But the fact is that the plaintiff in the lawsuit, again, Sabrina Atkins, said that she had heard rumors and that you could exchange sex for not having to wear your ankle bracelet. She didn't say that specifically, but for some favors. And that's exactly what ended up happening, because she couldn't afford to pay for the ankle bracelet. You have to pay for the ankle bracelet weekly. And those are the allegations in the civil lawsuit, that Sheriff Stein should have known or knew about what was happening with Ben Fields. And Sheriff Stein is the big name in that lawsuit. It's Sheriff Stein and unknown superiors and Ben Fields. So he was facing some heavy damages and the loss of his entire career based on this civil rights lawsuit. And frankly, the plaintiff's lawyers told me, Ned Pillersdorf has told me several times, because it's like they were running a brothel out of that courtroom.
Unbelievable. Well, I feel like it's just the tip of the iceberg, because there's still a lot more to connect Stein's allegedly murdering the judge based on what the judge maybe would have said to bring Steins more into this picture. So you're invited back, anytime. Just knock on the door and you're on. Allison Weiner, great.
Thanks for watching. Go to join.nn.
Syrian rebels captured the key city of Hama yesterday. They're quickly closing on President Bashar al-Assad and the capital, Damascus. Retired four-star General Jack Keane joins me now. All right, General, if the Assad regime falls, and it's looking pretty shaky, would that be good news for Israel?
Yeah, overall, it certainly would, but there's likely going to be mixed feelings here. First of all, Syria is a client of Iran, and it was into Damascus airport for years that Iran would fly all the rockets and missiles and other munitions that Hezbollah in Lebanon needed. Israel at times would attack those munitions when they were put into warehouses or when they were put into trucks with their fighter aircraft at times. Also, coming out of Iraq from Iran, they would drive literally across the entire Syrian country with munitions, rockets, and missiles also on the ground to get them to the Hezbollah. And that's why the Hezbollah accumulated 130 to 150,000 weapons. And at times, the Syrians tried to establish Hezbollah bases north of Israel, and Israel would attack them with fighter aircraft. So if the Assad regime falls, which itself is a stunning surprise, but if it does happen, that client state, supporting Iran is removed. However, this is a derivative of al-Qaeda that's taken over, radical Islamists. Yeah. They are not moderate opposition forces who want democracy, quite the opposite. And it remains to be seen what kind of mischief they would cause with Israel being right on their border. And the Israelis will watch this like a hawk.
I can't help but think of all the money that has been wasted in recent years. Money for rockets and tunnels and all that, and drones and what have you. Constant fighting, constant warfare throughout the Mideast. All that money's wasted. Could have been used for something good.
No, there's no doubt about it. If you go back to 1948, after the UN helped establish the State of Israel, and bring it all forward, the amount of money and suffering through many, many decades is truly horrific. All over one central issue, the existence of the State of Israel.
That's it. That's it. On Wednesday, Ukraine's ambassador met with J.D. Vance and Trump's national security advisor pick, Mike Waltz. Trump has promised to end the war quickly. Do you sense that we're close to a peace deal in Ukraine?
No, I think we're in the very early stages of it. The ambassador met, and also Chief of Staff Yermak to President Zelensky was there, who is the second most powerful person in Ukraine and really does a lot of policy formulation for President Zelensky to make decisions about. It was an important meeting for them to meet with the Trump team. And I spoke to them yesterday. I happened to be in the Ukrainian embassy, and the feedback that they provided to me from the meeting they had with the Trump team led by J.D. Vance was very positive. They were encouraged. They were being treated as an ally, a partner, and certainly being asked how the Trump team can help them. And they wanted to know a lot about Putin. Where is he? Where does he stand? And what do you think the strategy is with Putin? And the facts are pretty clear when it comes to Putin. He looks at a peace agreement accompanied by a ceasefire as a temporary pause for him to eventually take Ukraine and own that country. That's the way he will look at it. That's the way he's looked at it always in the past. Violated all ceasefires, always taken advantage on the ground of ceasefires, whether they were in Ukraine from 2014 on or ceasefires dealing with Syria. Constant violation of them. That's his approach. He never changes his objectives. He looks at a peace agreement is just a pause. It allows him to regroup, rearm, and eventually obviously reattack.
That sounds grim. We've just got this coming into us, General. The Financial Times reports that the president of Israel spoke to Elon Musk this week. He wants Musk's help to revive hostage negotiations. What has Musk got to do with the hostages?
Probably not much, but this came
They want rockets.
from the families of the hostages in discussions with President Herzog, who's taken a keen interest in the families themselves and spends time with them. I think it's an act of desperation, I'm sure, on their part, trying to pull out all the stops. They know he's close to Trump, but look at on X. I mean, the following he has is somewhere around, if the numbers are correct, I mean, what I saw was somewhere around 60 to 80 million followers on a daily basis. Yeah. So the social media reach that he has is enormous, and that may be one of the motivations. Yeah. Look, this is a very tough situation for these families. Hostages in a dire situation, where their own health is clearly at risk, and due to the hostilities that have taken place, we've already seen how they've gotten caught up in that and have been killed in those hostilities. So you can imagine how they feel.
I can indeed.
They're looking for anything to help them. That's what's going on here.
Wouldn't we all? General Jack Keane, thanks for joining us this morning. Always a pleasure. We'll see you again soon. Thank you, General.
11 people have been arrested. They're facing a total of 57 charges, including attempted murder and gun possession. Prosecutors say they tried to kill rival gang members as part of an ongoing turf war leading to unnecessary violence in their communities.
All right, Fox 5's Lisa Evers had a front row seat to this case and joins us now. Lisa, tell us about what you saw.
Well, Steve and Natasha, we got an exclusive look inside the NYPD's takedown of a violent Queens gang that police say terrorized people living in southeast Queens with reckless drive-by shootings and running gun battles in residential neighborhoods. And they say the gang leader of the 8-Tray moving Crips was actually a 33-year-old man who started training teens as young as 14, training them how to pull the trigger and who to shoot.
Making this right on 104th. Copy. Oh, we in contact with Warren. Get out of the way.
We were embedded with the NYPD's Gun Violence Suppression Division and supporting units as they implemented Operation Deadliest Catch. It took them months of investigations and thousands of hours to get to this moment. Their goal? Take shooting suspects they say are the worst of the worst off the streets.
Their recklessness, the fact that they'll go out there, they'll shoot up a house, they'll shoot up a bus, they don't care who's around. We know bullets have no names, and they have no regard for human life.
The police are asking us to put on these bulletproof vests because many of the suspects that they're about to take down today are wanted for violent gun offenses. Before we hit the streets, Assistant NYPD Chief Jason Savino addresses officers from the Gun Violence Suppression Division and supporting squads including warrants and the 113th Detective Squad, reminding them of the incident in the surveillance video. 2 cars roll up to a house, park, and then they jump out shooting with an entire family asleep inside.
2 cars, 4 guns, riddle that house with bullets, with children sleeping inside. Think about that for a second, right? Those 4 guns come back to an additional 17 shootings.
At this undisclosed location, the police get their assignments, which will take them to various locations in Queens. Since the start of the Gun Violence Suppression Division in 2021, police say there's been double-digit declines in both the number of shooting incidents and the number of shooting victims in New York City.
From here, you guys are just going to go straight to your individual hits.
So the detectives have their files and they have their assignments, and now they're going to pick up the suspects. The case subjects are 11 members of the 8-Tray moving Crips gang. Queens DA Melinda Katz, who has made working with police to get guns off the streets and bring down gun violence a top priority, says those gang members found guilty will pay for their crimes.
The 57-count indictment charging 11 defendants with conspiracy to commit murder, attempted murder, attempted assault, reckless endangerment, and the criminal possession of a weapon.
Me and my you stepping. If he's talking on bro, we gon' send him.
Two of those indicted are aspiring drill rappers Amir Harris, who goes by Mir EBK. EBK stands for Everybody's Killer. His rapping partner is Seth Johnson, who goes by Sav G. While many drill rappers are successful artists and not involved in crime, some are, says Captain Ryan Gillis. He says they use their lyrics to inflame their rivals, called ops.
So the drill rap connection seems to always be a common theme in these investigations. Some people have more clout or more noteworthiness than others, but there's always a few members of the crew that take pride and like to antagonize the other opposition gangs.
Right now we're part of a stack of police vehicles heading onto the Grand Central Parkway to the first location. We have an exclusive look with the detectives as they are taking us into the neighborhoods in southeast Queens that they say were terrorized by these shooters. Officers go into this house and surround the yard to make sure the suspect does not escape. They put their lives on the line to give this community and the people living here the safety they deserve. The officers from the Gun Violence Suppression Division, along with officers and detectives from the Warrant Squad, just went into this house right here to try and bring out one of the suspects. We just got word that one of the main suspects has been taken into custody, so we're going to the 111th precinct right now. One by one, the suspects are brought in to be booked on serious felony charges, ranging from weapons possession to attempted murder. Mr. Tanis, police say that you gave young teenagers guns. Is that true? So this is where all the suspects are being taken in here, right?
Yeah, we're bringing all the suspects here subsequently to the investigation.
And then what about this case troubles you the most?
We have a 33-year-old individual that's essentially orchestrating these shootings. He's recruiting younger individuals, younger impressionable individuals at that. And what is he doing? Putting guns in their hands and telling them where to shoot and who to shoot.
The shooting incidents in this case occurred from March of 2021 through December of 2022.
We allege that the main goal of this violence is a turf war.
Now, police tell us that they are not after gang members themselves, but just a small percentage of gang members who are actually shooters. Now, if the defendants in this case are found guilty, they're looking at anywhere from 3 years to 25 years to life behind bars.
Yeah, you know, it's pretty amazing thinking the people just trying to live their lives in the house next door to all this madness. Right. Obviously, they're thrilled to see these arrests taking place, right?
Absolutely. And these are communities where there's a lot of hardworking families. They're homeowners. They have multiple generations of the family in the home, and it makes all the difference in the world. You just walk out your door and there they were shooting and jumping out of cars.
Nonsense. Yeah,
and I think it's interesting too that police tell you that they're not out to arrest gang members, but those who are actually pulling the trigger.
No, absolutely, because you remember like 7 or 8 years ago there was a big gang bust that we covered on Fox 5 Live, actually on Good Day. It was over 100 gang members, but a lot of those charges don't stick. It's basically let's catch and see what we get. This is the exact opposite. It's like precision policing plus. Yeah. They know who they're going for. They have all of the forensic evidence. They have all of this surveillance videos, all of these things to build these cases which stick, and they're getting a high conviction rate.
Wow. Well, incredible reporting and access.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lisa.
Yeah.
We have some breaking news now out of Sacramento, and we know that the state capitol has been evacuated.
So something suspicious apparently has shown up, and we'll just read you what's been sent to us this morning. The heads up has been given to people at the Capitol that the Senate is aware of a threat to the state capitol. Law enforcement now working, trying to figure out whether or not this is legit. But to be just incredibly cautious, what they've decided to do is have senators and Senate staff immediately leave the Capitol, the O Street building, and the LOB, and instead have workers work remotely from home until they can determine whether or not this is a credible threat. So, just taking the biggest, easiest thing you can do, which is get the people out so you can actually continue the investigation. So at this point, they've asked people to go home, continue their jobs from home, work remotely, and then as soon as they have a little bit more information on it or kind of a feel on whether or not this is something that they really need to be concerned about, they'll let everybody know. But at this point, as of 9:45 on a Friday morning, they are evacuating the state capitol.
Right, and we are, of course, working to reach out to the CHP. We do know they handle security around the capitol, in and around the capitol. So we're reaching out to them now to try to find out more about this threat. And Deirdre, you may remember this too. It was April of last year that the Capitol Capitol was also evacuated. At that time, there was a credible threat that involved one of the buildings there, and the search was underway for a suspect. A person was believed to have fired shots at a building. And so, again, that was just last year around the Capitol as well. A very similar situation came out that, of course, all of the lawmakers were told to evacuate. And then we, started our investigation and our reporting to find out more about what happened. And as we are doing now, Melanie Wingo is headed to that situation, or headed to the scene to try to get more information about what's going on and to see the scene and the location there as well.
And actually, that one you were talking about, that was actually in May of this year, and that was the one where they thought there'd been a threat. Somebody saying that there was an anthrax anthrax was in a package that had shown up. It was later determined that it was not that at all, and it was not a big deal. But the reality is that if there's any question of it, it's just easier to clear the scene so that you can go in and get that investigation figured out. So
I think the anthrax one was also another one. This one was April of 2023, the one about involving the shooting threat. That one was last year, and the manhunt for the suspect and everything, and the Capitol being closed.
Well, I guess what it shows is that there's a protocol. Whenever there's any kind of security issue down there, they've got a plan, and this is the plan that's being executed this morning. And best case scenario, it turns out to be nothing, and everybody is home, and things carry on. But you want to be careful, because this is also a pretty big weekend in downtown Sacramento. We just a few minutes ago had the director of the California International Marathon coming in. That finish line is just 2 blocks away from the Capitol, finishes with the beautiful Capitol there behind you. So you're looking at having thousands of people in the area. So if you have any kind of threat in the area, you want to make sure everything is safe. And they've got a plan, and that's exactly what they're executing this morning as they try to figure this out. If you're just joining, do their
of the threat and to
Mr. Speaker, this last week, California Governor Gavin Newsom called a special emergency session of the legislature for the purpose of, quote, Trump-proofing California, or protecting California values. Now, it's a question of whether this session is even, there's a question of whether this session is even legal, given that the state constitution allows for a special session to be called under extraordinary circumstances, and you might wonder whether the result of a duly conducted presidential election could truly constitute an extraordinary circumstance. More than that, it is clearly a farce, as despite the governor's claims that this is an emergency situation, it was such an emergency that they gavelled in for about an hour and then went home for a month without passing any legislation. But we should just examine the governor's claim that we need to protect California values, protect the status quo in California against any forces of reform that may be coming from Washington, D.C. What exactly is the governor aiming to protect? Is it California's national lead when it comes to homelessness? The fact that we have half the unsheltered homeless in the entire country? Is that what Governor Newsom is aiming to protect? Is it our highest in the nation poverty rate? Is he looking to protect our lead when it comes to poverty? Or is it when it comes to retail crime? Does he want to maintain the #1 record for the worst retail crime in the country? Or the #1 spot when it comes to anti-business regulations? Or when it comes to frivolous lawsuits? Or when it comes to unemployment? Actually, we're now only second worst in the country when it comes to unemployment, so perhaps his protective measures are aiming to get us back in the lead. Is he looking to protect our standing as the worst state in the country when it comes to an increase in wages? Wages have stagnated in California more than any state in the country. Or when it comes to restrictions on workers and the right to earn a living? Is he looking to make sure that California maintains its lead in gas prices, well above the price of gas in any of the other 49 states? Well, we know he's looking to do that because his own carb board just passed regulations that are going to raise gas prices about 60 cents a gallon more. Is he looking to protect our standing as #2 in the country in housing costs, #2 in the country in water bills, #3 in the country in energy and electricity costs, #3 in the country in inequality, #1 in the country when it comes to income taxes? Certainly wants to protect California's lead in that respect. Does he want to protect our #1 in the country budget deficit that was reported last year? Or our standing 3rd in the country in road disrepair? Or maybe it's the fact that California has the highest illiteracy rate in the entire country. Perhaps that's what the value that Governor Newsom is aiming to protect. Or relatedly, the fact that we are 2nd out of the 50 states when it comes to educational inequity. If we were still in the COVID days, he'd certainly be looking to protect our national lead when it came to school shutdowns, business shutdowns, and COVID mandates. We know that he's looking to protect our national lead when it comes to illegal border crossings. For the first time in the 90s, over the last year, the highest level of illegal border crossings have been in the San Diego border sector, because he's stood by California's standing as a sanctuary state. When it comes to funding for illegal immigrants, surely he's looking to protect our lead there, as California is the only state in the country that's offering free Medicaid to those who are here unlawfully. And most certainly, we know the governor is looking to extend California's four-peat in leading the nation in one-way U-Haul rentals, and is looking through his protective special session, I'm sure, to make that a five-peat. No, Mr. Speaker, California values as, and California is the only state in the country that's offering free Medicaid to those who are here unlawfully.
Like, I didn't know that was a thing also. So they don't just get emergency medical in California. They get, like, if they have a bump on their arm, they can go get covered. They're covered. Maybe even get prescriptions with Medicaid.
And most certainly, we know the governor is looking to extend California's four-peat in leading the nation in one-way U-Haul rentals, and is looking through his protective special session, I'm sure.
That's very interesting. Was California really top in the country for one-way U-Haul rentals out of the state?
No, Mr. Speaker, California values, as Governor Newsom envisions them, do not need protecting. And I would argue they are not actually the values of Californians. What we're seeing happening in our state is that Californians themselves are looking to Newsom-proof California. That's been happening in my district for quite some time, where we have developed a different model, where we support law enforcement, where we support small businesses, where we believe in respecting the personal decisions of folks in our community. And as a result, we're one of the few areas of the state that people are actually moving to. And by all of these metrics that I just mentioned, we're doing much better than the state as a whole. But we're seeing these Newsom-proofing measures taking hold, not just in my district, but across California. And for evidence for this, look at the overwhelming passage of Prop 36 on the ballot this November. This was a measure to make crime illegal again in California.
Melania Trump.
It largely rolled back the notorious Proposition 47. Gavin Newsom, and I might add the leaders of the supermajority in the legislature, fought it every step of the way. He concocted several schemes to undemocratically remove it from the ballot, even after it qualified through a citizen petition process. And then he led the No on Prop 36 campaign, and yet at the end of the day, it passed in an overwhelming victory, nearly 70% of the vote, an overwhelming majority, Democrats, Republicans, and Independents. It passed in all 58 counties, wasn't close anywhere, even passed in Newsom's hometown of San Francisco. So, Mr. Speaker, California is now on a path back to sanity. And I have great hope for the future of our state. And frankly, I think that the governor's attempts to get himself in the headlines and whatever theatrics may be coming are not going to stand in our way of getting our state moving in the right direction.
Tonight, a major update on the mass deportation plans by President-elect Donald Trump. Now there is exclusive reporting from NBC News about a list of countries sources say are now willing to take migrants who are deported.
NBC6 politics reporter Hatzo Vela with new reaction from some countries. Hatzo.
Jawan, Jackie, the exclusive reporting says the list of countries could include places like Panama, the Turks and Caicos. Not surprising, though, Cuba is not on the list, and government officials there on the island already calling Trump's mass deportation plan unrealistic.
On day one, I will launch the largest deportation program.
President-elect Donald Trump plans to begin the process of deporting hundreds of thousands of people once he takes office. And one of the things likely on the target list is ending the parole programs for people from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. In the case of Cubans, as of October, more than 110,000 Cubans have been granted parole and are here in the U.S. That's a significant number of Cubans who could be in legal limbo if the parole program is eliminated by the incoming president. From Cuba, we're already getting hints as to what may happen. High-ranking Cuban officials tell us in recent migration talks with the U.S., mass deportations did not come up. But the deputy foreign minister goes on to say whatever happens has to be done within the framework of the agreements between both countries.
No es realista pensar en que vaya a haber deportaciones masivas desde Estados Unidos.
It is not realistic to think, he says, there will be mass deportations to Cuba. Immigration has always been a rocky subject between the U.S. and Cuba. In more than 6 decades of revolution, there's been several mass migrations from the island.
The regime has always seen immigration as a political weapon.
Orlando Gutierrez heads the Democratic Directorate, an organization that fights for the freedom of Cuba. He says the Cuban government, time and time again, uses mass migration to alleviate its internal problems.
It's time for that to stop. I mean, this regime cannot keep on using the U.S. and the Cuban population in order to further stay in power.
Since 2021, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement reports they have deported almost 1,000 Cubans back to the island. In 2024, they sent back the most, 477. The previous year, 2023, they sent back 371. In late 2022, it was announced the U.S. would start deporting Cubans after the government on the island agreed to take them back. NBC News now exclusively reporting,
You better start packing now.
The incoming Trump administration is already preparing a list of countries it may use to deport people. Sources tell NBC News the countries include, but may not be limited to, Turks and Caicos, the Bahamas, Panama, and Grenada. And we just mentioned the Bahamas as one of those countries, but the prime minister there is already quashing the idea, saying that he has rejected the proposal. The Bahamas, he says, simply just doesn't have the resources. Jackie?
The Bahamas would be weird. They'd be out there on an island instead of being able to walk home if they could.
Melania Trump, great to see you.
Good morning. Thank you. Good morning.
I guess the first thing is congratulations. How has your life changed over the last 3 weeks? It's not so new, but we've never had this happen, a president leave and come back in, 80 years?
Yeah, it's incredible, and we are very, very busy.
80 years, I didn't know that. That's cool.
The pace of it, the transition team, I'm establishing my transition team, and also working on my office, putting my office together, and also, organizing the residents and packing, and it's incredible what you need to do when in that situation.
Melania, in your book, you wrote about the Obamas and wanting to go into the White House in 2016 and go in early so that you could find out what the room colors are to make sure you could have a room that was suited properly for your son, your young son at the time. And there was some hesitation with letting you in early. You probably don't need to go in early this time because you know what to expect. But how is that working? Have you been back to the White House? Will you go in early to prepare?
Well, this time it's very different because we already know where we are going, and we have all of the plans from before, so we don't need to go back in. My team is in contact with the White House, so that's a plus. But we have all what we need, so this is the second time, so it's nothing new. The first time was challenging. We didn't have much access till we were in January 20. So, but this time it's already in the process.
Well, you don't have to go in and measure the drapes because you put the drapes there.
Correct.
So it's one of those things. So take us back. We all remember in 2017 when he became president. During this transition period, it was kind of a mad dash because it's like, oh, I won. Now what do I do? He's won before. He knows what to do. It seems much more focused, and it seems really efficient. I don't know if that's Elon Musk, the efficiency guy, but it just seems so much calmer.
Yeah.
I think it's for everybody, even for me, it's very different because I know what you need to establish. You know what kind of people you need to hire to be in your office. Right. So that's what I'm doing now. I'm interviewing people for my office. I'm establishing everything what it needs so we could start on day one. Everybody's in and we start working.
Great. You know, Melania, you don't get a lot of credit for this, but you did a lot when you were in the White House. And some of the stories people don't know, you put several students, and we're going to talk about your ornaments a little later, you pay for their college, put them through school.
Yes.
So tell us about some of the programs you're going to do this next time around.
Well, when I was in the White House for 4 years, I established my Be Best initiative, and I also successfully brought it overseas and around the world. Was very successful, and after I left the White House, I established my Web3 and Web2 platforms, where I design, where I have collectibles like ornaments every season. This is the 3rd season. And many other collectibles that are available now. So with those, I have students from a foster community that I sponsor, and I'm very proud of. And we have many of them now, so their life changes because they will have an education.
Sure.
So, I mean, so much has changed this time. Can I just give you my observation? I saw the president last night. I saw when he was hosting The Apprentice. I actually interviewed him when he was with the USFL, when I was doing sports, and he was an owner. And I have never seen him so level. He just seems calm, serene, accomplished, not cocky. You see him every day in all different circumstances. Are you noticing, even if you factor in, and maybe the assassination attempts, a different approach right now at 78 years old that you maybe have not seen before?
I think because we've been there, and he was there before, and now it's a different. I think the energy is different. People around him are different.
But don't you think the magnitude of the win is different? It was so comprehensive.
It is.
How did he internalize that?
I see that the country and the people really supported him, and they support him. His focus to make this country great again, and his patriotism, it's incredible, and his hard work as well.
Yeah, there were 2 assassination attempts while he was running. Now that he will be our next president, do you feel like the rhetoric has been toned down? And how do you feel? Are you worried going forward?
I hope it is. I hope the country will be united, and that's what we all hope for. And, I'm always against violence. I think nothing is accomplished with the violence, and that's what we need to, talk about it.
It's got to be so thoughtful, and we've heard him talk about, by the grace of God, he is alive today. What we have seen since he was elected, and over the last couple of months, is that calmness and maybe gratitude or whatever it is. But something else we've seen is he seems so kind of happy and loose, because last night at the Patriot Awards, I think we got a clip, he was doing the Trump dance. And I'm sure you've seen that evolve over the last. As you look right there, how do you describe your husband's dance moves?
Oh, this is very special and unique dance.
It is, right?
And I think a lot of people are copying it, and everybody have fun with it.
Yeah. Which part?
Is this how you dance?
No.
Which part of the Trump dance? Did you give him any tips? Like in the beginning, it was low, and then it was up high, and now there's a golf swing.
No, he's coming all on his own.
Have you ever done the Trump dance? You are Mrs. Trump.
I did not.
So I guess you're not going to start today.
You can practice.
So, Melania, everyone is so fascinated with Barron. And as people may or may not know, he helped the president-elect with his social media strategy and say, hey, you got to do some of these TikToks. You got to talk with some of these podcasts. What is the fascination with your son? We actually have a clip of a before and after of the evolution of Barron. Let's play it.
Say hi, Larry. Hi, Larry. I like my suitcase. I have to go to school now. Yeah.
Hello, how are you? It's very nice to see you. Very nice.
What do you think the evolution of your son? He's a grown man now.
He is a grown young man.
Dude, he looks
I'm
like
very
the
proud
dude
of
from.
him.
He looks like the dude from There Will Be Blood. Every time I see him, I think about that dude.
About his
They tried
knowledge, even about politics, and giving an advice to his father. He brought in so many young people. He knows his generation, because nowadays the young generation, they don't sit in front of TV anymore. They're all on the tablets, they're on the phones, and all of these podcasts and streamers. He was very vocal, and he gave an advice to his father, and was incredible how he brought in a success, because he knew exactly who his father needs to contact and to talk to.
Isn't it shocking how fast he went from that little boy to
Yes,
the big man?
What advice do you have for other moms that are, because I'll go back and I'll look at videos of my daughter when she was that age, and there's like a pain in my heart because I missed those years. What's your advice for all of us that your son's in college now, you've seen him grow up, how do you handle each stage?
I think you need to be present and to be with them as much as you can.
Well, I need to do a side by side. Close, ain't it? Maybe, we could find a better picture of Barron, maybe. Well, maybe the other one that they put. I need to go the side profile.
What do you think the evolution of your son? He's a grown.
I like my suitcase. I have to go to school now. Yeah.
Hello, how are you?
It was a split second before that. Did you see it? It looks like him every now and then. His eyes are a little wider for a second. I can't be the only one, bro.
You know, I just say, make your dreams come true. This is your road, this is your life, and make sure that you listen yourself and your likes and dislikes.
Right. He'd want to come over to my tower for lunch. You don't really hear that from other people, but he does. But evidently he likes it, right? The Stern School?
Yes, he does. He does like it.
All right, you know, we're not too far away from Christmas, and as it turns out, your book is on the New York Times bestseller list. It's also a fantastic last-minute gift. It's the perfect size to put in a big stocking. Yes. It's a great stocking stuffer. For more information, you can buy the book at melaniatrump.com. It must be very gratifying that so many people want to know more about you.
Yes, it's a great success book. I hear from so many fans and so many people that they read it and they loved it. Yeah, when you do the project like that it's very personal and could be sometimes very joyful, but also very traumatic and hard.
So when people read it and they go, you know what, I read it. There's one thing in that I did not know about you.
Yes.
Is there one thing that they repeatedly say, I didn't know you did this?
Correct. They don't know few of the stuff, even from my childhood, how I grew up, and also from the White House years. And they don't know, and that's why I wrote this book.
One thing that stood out for us is here you are, this beautiful international model, and you're the First Lady of the United States, the world's most popular country. You're in the White House. and you're not on the cover of any of these magazines.
Yeah. She used to be.
Do you think that will change? And would you say yes to them? If the Vogues, the Peoples, whatever.
Look, I've been there on the cover of Vogue, on the covers of many magazines before, and you know, for me, we have so many other important things to do than to be on the cover of any magazine. I think the life would not change for anybody if I'm on the cover of the magazine.
Can I retract my question then?
But I guess it goes.
You're on the cover of this book.
If they want to sell copies, put her on.
If you read the book, she talks about how Anna Wintour went to Paris with you. Is that where y'all went to shop for her wedding dress?
Yes.
They were friends. She was on the cover of Vogue several times before that. And after that, because you're conservative and married to Donald Trump?
Soon my husband announced that he's running for the president in 2015 was everything changed for them and for us.
But Rosie O'Donnell went to your wedding too, right?
No, she did not.
Oh, good.
What? I thought she did.
So, Melania, you got the new season of your ornaments coming out. And this is how you pay for some of these kids' colleges as well.
They're beautiful.
Tell us about it.
So these are the ornaments that they are available this season. This is the third season that I design, and they are very special. For example, Lady Liberty, it was inspiration from my necklace that I bought when I was modeling in Paris. And now we have an ornament, and we have also a necklace that is available on melaniatrump.com.
Beautiful.
So this one, it's the necklace and inspiration, the flower.
These are awesome. These
and
are
they're very patriotic this year. As you could see, it's all red, white, and blue. And I was inspired by the
And they're different each year, right, Melania? You discontinue them after each Christmas.
They discontinue, they retire, and this is available right now. And it's a great gift and a great collectible, actually.
They're made really well, too.
They're beautiful.
They're beautiful. And you can also go on our website and buy the coffee table book. So the smaller black book came out a few months ago, but then still #1, I believe. It has been #1 for a very long time. And then the book underneath, the white book, which is larger, it has more pictures in it and pictures that you took while you were First Lady. And that's a great Christmas
gift. For the coffee table.
Yeah. Coffee table.
And by the way, next year you got to do this. You got to design the whole White House. It's your last year off for 4 years.
Yes.
All right.
Mrs. Trump, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
I was supposed to be there. When did I do that? Damn, she ate all the food. She ate all the food. Almost.
We are following breaking news this noon. After days of searching, the body of a woman who fell into a Westmoreland County sinkhole has been found. KDKA's Krista Rose has been following the search for 64-year-old Elizabeth Pollard and is live this noon in Unity Township. Chris.
John, good afternoon. Yes, just about an hour ago, officials here in Unity Township say that they have found the remains of Elizabeth Pollard, the 64-year-old who went missing around 5 p.m. on Monday. She fell through a sinkhole some 30 feet down into an old abandoned mine, and the search for her has just been ongoing. It has been days and days. Hundreds of people have been out here in Unity Township searching to find her, and then around 11 a.m. this morning, that is when officials say she was officially found. Now, this scene here has turned into essentially a crime scene. State police say there is no reason to believe that there is a crime, but anytime they find the remains of anyone, they basically do what the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania tells them to do, which is secure the scene, investigate, and of course, they are going to be having a press conference later today. The family of Pollard's just arrived here on scene. They have not spoken to media, but we do know that her body was found, and obviously this is, while it's sad news, it is a relief, I'm sure, to the family and to the surrounding community. But now the work begins to determine just what happened, just how she fell, and now after the scene is clear, the Bureau of Mines will be going in to investigate this old mine that's been abandoned since the early 1950s. Of course, we're going to have more on this story throughout the day coming to you, but for now, reporting live in Unity Township, Westmoreland County, Krista Rose, KDKA TV News. Back to you in the
Aftershocks continue to rattle Northern California this morning in the wake of that 7.0 earthquake. The epicenter was miles out into the Pacific.
But as you saw in that video, the quake rattled homes and businesses near the coast. Eyewitness News reporter Josh Haskell joining us live in Humboldt County this morning with an update. Josh.
Mark, Rachel, John, good morning from Ferndale, California.
I got 4 hours of sleep, man.
Population 1,500 people. We are right now 19 miles south of Eureka. And yesterday, this whole town was shaking because we are located right on top of the San Andreas Fault. There have been many earthquakes here. Let's show you some of that video that we have from yesterday morning. Home surveillance cameras and Ring cameras capturing that intense shaking, wine bottles toppling off shelves at stores. Shaken homeowners spent the day surveying the damage left behind. Now, with the earthquake's epicenter miles out into the Pacific Ocean, catastrophic damage and injuries were avoided. But the rumble under the ocean also brought a tsunami warning, as those living within a mile of the coast were ordered to evacuate. Aerial images showed a line of vehicles in Pacifica near San Francisco, people driving to higher ground. A long line of cars also seen getting far away from the coast, but the warning was dropped roughly an hour after the quake. The Shake Alert early warning system went off within seconds in Northern California, alerting people as far away as Bend, Oregon.
Damage was mostly broken glass, some windows, a lot of pictures off walls, glasses flying out of cupboards, et cetera, et cetera. Had some water damage, street lines breaking. Water company was on that to right away, but no injuries reported at this time.
Those who live here telling us that yesterday's quake reminded them of the 1992 Cape Mendocino quake. That was 3 earthquakes in a span of 18 hours. And guess how many aftershocks there have been since that quake yesterday? Over 200. So nobody here is resting easy. But as I said, they are familiar and used to earthquakes here. Mark Cota-Robles, I know you're pretty familiar with this area as well. I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, and they're used to the shaking for sure, as you mentioned, up there along the coast. Okay, Josh, thanks.
We'll be giving away some PC codes. I don't believe they work on console. Of course, if you are playing console and you win the giveaway, obviously you still get the code, but you might have to try to give it away or sell it to a buddy or something. I don't know. But I'm pretty sure that these codes are PC only, because it's a PC Sandhawk partner agreement that PUBG gave me. There is a separate console partner agreement for the console streamers. like Floss God as an example. So just a heads up, we'll be giving away 10 of those 1,000 G-Coin codes today. I'll give them away throughout the stream. Very simple to enter. You will have to be in the Twitch chat. So all my peeps on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
I rise today to urge the passage of my bill, H.R. 5349, the Crucial Communism Teaching Act. My legislation will develop a curriculum on the real, brutal history of communism and provide states with the resources to implement it from K through the end of high school. This bill is crucial at this hour for the health of our nation. And why is that? Because America's youth has been brainwashed by media and academia for the last 30 years to believe that communism is good. What a travesty. What a horror. Ask my parents and my community if that is true. And I'm just going to bring you some proof. Nearly 40% of Gen Z and millennials think that the Communist Manifesto written by Karl Marx is better and it's more of a defense of freedom than the Declaration of Independence written by Thomas Jefferson. Just picture that. Jefferson and Karl Marx. For 1/3, for 40% of Gen Z, Marx wins over Jefferson. What a problem we have as a country. The Declaration of Independence, as we all know, gave birth to the longest and most prosperous democracy in the world, ours, and that's why we have to preserve it through this bill. More than 1/3 of millennials approve of communism because they do not know what they're talking about or what this is all about. They don't know that communism has claimed over 100 million lives all over the world, making it the deadliest ideology known to mankind. I represent the people of the city of Miami, which is the heart of the Cuban exile community, refuge of hundreds of thousands of Cubans, Nicaraguans, and Venezuelans that have fled the horrors of this ideology that we would like through this bill to teach our kids not to fall into that trap. Let's just go to Venezuela. Venezuela has the largest oil reserves in the world. That's a fact. It used to have the same GDP as Germany only 25 years ago. That's another fact. It has an inflation right now over 150%. The average Venezuelan has lost 15 pounds for lack of food. A country that has the largest oil reserves in the world. Something doesn't match. In the last 25 years, nearly 8 million Venezuelans have fled the country. A country that, as I said, has the largest reserves of oil and it's full of resources, natural resources. Now let's go to Nicaragua. It was the breadbasket of Central America 25 years ago. Under communist Daniel Ortega, 28,000 properties have been expropriated, and Nicaraguans now are poorer than they were in the 70s. A couple of years ago, the last presidential contenders, 7 of them were put in jail because elections for communists is a problem. Therefore, you have to stifle them. And you put your political opponents in jail. That's the easiest part because there's no accountability. Now let's go to Cuba, where my parents come from. My parents fled in the 60s. 70% of Cubans today eat only once a day. The average Cuban makes $1 a day as income. In 1960, Cuba had a per capita income close to Italy or Argentina. Hunger, being hungry, is a very powerful motivator. Thousands and thousands of Cubans, I've known some of them, throw themselves into the ocean in the Florida Straits to get to Miami, facing the sharks, facing drowning, just to escape that communist inferno, and they expose their children to that. Just picture what that means. What do you got to be living in wherever you are in Cuba in order to throw yourself into the ocean and face the sharks in the dark? Today, the average Cuban has 1 hour of electricity. They have no food, no water, no medicine, no clothes, and they are desperate to come to the United States. An island that is 90 miles away from the United States, the most powerful economy in the world, and an island that could be Taiwan, Singapore, or Taiwan, or Hong Kong, but because of communism. In China, now let's leave this hemisphere, let's go to China. In China, up to 55 million people starved to death under Mao Zedong in the Great Leap Forward. Mao is one of the most evil communist leaders, we all know, but you know that nearly half of our American kids do not even know who Mao Zedong is. In Cambodia, the Khmer Rouge murdered 1 million people. In the USSR, 10 million people were sent to freeze to death.
I'd like to leave 1 minute.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields. Reserve.
Communists are in the business of power. It only takes one generation to believe their false promises, and we lose everything. So we cannot misinform our children. Knowledge is powerful. Churchill said, study history, study history. The further backward you can look, the further forward you're likely to see. Communism only leads to destruction and misery. I urge support from my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. This bill has nothing to do with politics, Democrats. It has nothing to do with political parties. It has to do to preserve the institution and what we have created as a nation. So let's teach our children about the truth. Let's do not fall into the trap, and let's start from kindergarten teaching them, and then they will be able to make a knowledgeable decision when they go to the polling booths. So I urge support from my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. Let's pass H.R. 5349, and I yield back the balance of my time, which I don't think I have any. Thank you.
Well, let's try to go ahead and get off of here, get some rest. I want to be on here later. Thank you all for hanging though. Me and the kitties. I want to promote the news. Thanks for hanging out in Northwest Media. Sister T. Tay Thomas. Miss Bongo. Brody YYC. Sexy Blue. Mark Copper was here too. Yeah, there he was. Mark Copper! Remember, it's Friday. See y'all later, okay, on the other channel. Don't forget about me. I won't forget about you ever. Ever. See you later, buddy. See you in a little while. Be good. Be sweet boy. Be really sweet.
Another one.
Meow, 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 meow.